Welcome to Master the Game. I am Juice, and tonight we are playing Blue Rose. So with that, I'm going to let Aaron take it away.
My goodness, so quickly. All right.
You know what? I should do the giveaway discussion first. So
Okay,
let me
please do
front
that.
end it for you. So we are going to be doing a giveaway thanks to Green Ronin Publishing. Green Ronin Publishing was nice enough to give us a narrator's bundle and a player's bundle. We have 3 sets of each. We have already given away 1 set of each. Both people were very excited to find out all of the wonderful things they get. We have 1 of each we're giving away after tonight's game. We will probably give it away on Wednesday night stream. However, you have to watch this game before then, and you need to comment on the giveaway post on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. You can't miss it. What you're going to do is you're going to say what your favorite memory or moment from tonight's session was or is. And we will then enter everybody who entered their own favorite moments from the game into a giveaway. We will do it live. I'll even have a wheel. You'll see who wins. You'll see everyone involved. And we just use a Google generator for that. And yeah, it's pretty cool. We've done it once and everyone loved it. So with that, again, look for those on the Master of the Game social media. And you'll know the post once you see it. And yeah, looking forward to giving some more stuff away. I love doing that. So now, Aaron, you may take it away.
I'm not saying that if you say that one of your favorite moments is something that I did, will give you a better chance of winning. But I'm not saying that I won't try to fix the results in your favor. I'll be rooting for you, and I will do whatever I can. But just something to think about.
I believe someone mentioned fan art last time too in the chat. So if you want to do fan art, I'll give you 2 entries for that.
I would. Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
that'd be dope.
2 entries for fan art, please. Anyway, welcome to our stream of Blue Rose. My name is Aaron. I am the narrator for this game. I'm a theater professional working in New York. I have been playing role-playing games for a bit. If you did not join us, or it's been a bit of a time since our last session or previous session, I'll give you a bit of a rundown of what we've been doing. So this game takes place in the world of the Blue Rose, namely in the country of Aldea, in the world of Aldea. Aldea is a tolerant, open society, and the world in which we play in is one that's instead of seeing magic as a source of problems for our world, is in many ways a solution to many of those problems. And it's a very the setting is a little bit more romantic as opposed to gritty or anything like that. In this particular session, this particular game, we are following the exploits of 3 students of the Royal College of Aldea, who are candidates for a special position called the Sovereign's Finest, who represent the people of Aldea, the nation of Aldea, and then the Queen, sort of in that order. They are a multifaceted group of people. Sometimes they're spies. Sometimes they are warriors. Sometimes they are just, but for the most part, they just try to do good with the skills that they have, protecting the things that this world cares about, such as inclusion, the proper use of magic, environmentalism, things like that. These 3 individuals that we are with, Astaroth, Fen, and Tessera, are at the end of their education, and as being part of this special track in the Royal College to join the Sovereign's Finest, they have found themselves in the very small hamlet of Point Cruz, which sits below some old kingdom ruins. This is sort of a auxiliary campus, a satellite campus. I'm calling it a FAR campus of the Royal College, where they are learning from their mentor and sort of advisor, Shaneth, who is a noble and also once a member of the Sovereign's Finest. And just putting them through their paces. They're at the end of their education here, and as they are getting ready for the Scholars' Dance, we are sort of in a winter sort of season, and in the last session they tried to find dates for the dance. They were able to successfully get Finn the attention of his crush Isabella, who has brought him along, invited him to be her partner for the dance, though he does not feel confident in his ability to do, well, most anything, really, but dancing is among those things, though he is a very skilled combatant with very alive control of his body. We also ran into some rivalries in the college, namely between Astaroth and Ionora, who is a knight person, and probably the star pupil of Shaneth, a more martial individual. Astaroth's back and forth with Ionora led to a dagger being thrown by Fenn into Ionora's foot, that caused them to run away. And then they're running away, they heard Shaneth's crawl for help psychically. This is a world that really runs on the ability of psychic communication. And in doing so, they ran to defend Shaneth in their fight with a dark fiend, a sort of being, an embodiment of evil vice and corruption. This one being an embodiment of gluttony. And they fought it in a farm where it had just eaten many, many cattle and livestock. And they were able to fight it off. This is not something you would manage that you would expect to see in this world, and it troubled everybody involved. Luckily, nobody was hurt, but if something like this were to happen again, there's no guarantee somebody couldn't get hurt. So Shaneth has gone off to investigate maybe the origins of this thing, or if there is any other corruption in the area. In their absence, these three and the rest of the candidates for the Sovereign's Finest program have been left to take care of things and maybe use this as a way to show what they've learned in the last semester. They have, through a conversation and a bit of repartee with a young boy named Barnabas, Astaroth learned that there was some strange sounds in the grotto that late last night, which upon inspection in the morning, a broken piece of a Jarzoni holy symbol was found. The Jarzoni are one of two sort of immigrant groups that live here in Point Cruz, the other being the Kernish the refugees from Kern, which is sort of a dark sorceress land run by an evil lich king. Then there was a vision had by Fenn, which seemed to indicate a sort of evil sorceress being, and also the possibility of more of these dark fiends appearing, which led in the vision led to the death of many a Sovereign's Finest and even Knights of the Blue Rose. It left all with much to think about. There was a lot of discussion after this about what this could possibly mean and what the next steps were to be. The Sovereign's Finest candidates have sort of been organized by these three in order to sort of patrol the area, make sure that everybody's safe, that there's no reoccurrence. While these three have volunteered to sort of continue to do some diplomatic work and try to work with the Jarzoni and the Kerns to maybe get to the source of what's happening, and maybe even bring them along for this Scholars' Feast, which would be a good sign of community. So that's most of what's happened. There might be things here and there that will clear up along the way. I think before we get started, or as we get started, just whenever your character comes into the scene, I would just go ahead and give us some description and any kind of background details you would like. We might discover some of these background details as we play. So are we all good to go? Excellent. So, we ended sort of as the afternoon is turning to evening, after these very long events of the day. The Sovereign's finest candidates all go about their business and prepare dutifully, knowing that the three of you are taking care of this more diplomatic part of the mission. You have proven yourselves to be good communicators all along the way. And you're also quite respected for your ability to take down a Dark Fiend, something that most Sovereign's finest proper could say that they've never done in their life. So you are looked upon with much fear and respect. I remember from last time you said that you were heading into town either to talk to the Jarzoni or the Kernish. There are also people in the village proper of Point Cruz, the Aldeans, that you can speak to as well. Let's go ahead and if you this is something that you can all do together. This is something that you can split up amongst you. You can meet before you decide to do this.
I think we were together already.
You were all together already, but you can decide to do this separately or.
Yeah, I think we would stick together, and at least Astaroth would want to stick together. Astaroth probably would be thinking to himself about Barnabas and just reflecting on the conversation he had and how he had let him borrow the sword, and wondering if maybe he made an impact on that kid's life, that now that kid might want to be one of Altus's finest when he grows up.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have the temperament, but he's also young.
Right, he's 7.
He wasn't the most polite of children, but you know.
Astaroth probably is hoping he
They
can
met Fen,
mentor
so
him.
like maybe manners aren't all that's cracked up to be.
Yeah.
I resemble that remark. Listen, he has some social learning to do.
That's fair.
That's in line with Fen a little bit, isn't it?
That's what it's
fun.
He has some social learning to do. Yeah, I believe, judging by the sweet map we have here, we were headed to the Jarzoni settlement because that's where our icons are.
Yeah, I did put those there in anticipation, but
weird. It's like you knew we were headed there. It's like you rewatched the episode before this one. Let me see here. If I recall correctly, we had some names, right? We had I'm gonna butcher this. The Jarzoni High Priest.
Sancha.
Sancha and Surin. Right?
Surin, Surin is Venerable Surin is a Vatasha leader, the de facto leader of the Kernish refugees. Yeah. Yes.
Surin, add that on there. Cool. And we also know that there's the craftsman competition between the Vinath and the Jonin. Yeah,
there's a Vinath family. So the Jonin live at number 9.
Yeah, the
Vinath family's home is not marked here, but they are just one of the people living in the Jarzoni settlement.
In the Jarzoni settlement, yeah.
Yeah.
And the religious icon was Jarzoni, is that correct?
Yes, okay. Which is your background, of course.
Right. Remind me, it was inauthentic? I remember researching it in the previous session, but something was off about it.
It was broken, so it's broken in half. Mm-hmm. It seems like that could be something easy to do because it was made of a more bendy metal. It's not like of a very solid iron or silver or something like that. It seemed to be of and you can maybe make some kind of investigation as to what kind of metal it is, but it's a cheaper, more malleable metal.
Yeah, so it seems of cheaper quality, which I think to Fen, being of Jarzoni descent, more or less, you wouldn't make religious icons of shitty quality, which is why he thought it might not be actually theirs. It might be like a counterfeit, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
but I believe we also set up a bunch of the other students to be patrolling the area, especially around the waterfall and the pool.
Yeah.
And the settlement, not the settlement, the
ruins.
Thank you. That's the word I couldn't think of.
Mhm.
So I believe that starts today or tonight.
Yeah, I can start as early as tonight.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I mean, Fenn's kind of a follower, but I would say he has his nose buried in a book, much to Tessera's chagrin, as they head towards the Jarzoni village. And per your request, a description of our young Fenn here. Fenn is he is a Vata'an, which is like of an ancient bloodline, mostly disliked and mistreated by many people. And he is tall, kind of wafy, chest length white hair, dressed in clean scholarly clothes, clean apart from the mess from the fight against the Watcher earlier. But he is mostly like flowy kind of clothes, like nothing armored. Everything looks like you can easily move around in it, right? So he has kind of like pontoon pants, tight bindings around his ankles for his boots. Yeah, he looks just sort of aloof and not really present in the moment, as he holds a book in one hand and just sort of strides next to Sarah.
Who keeps looking up at him as we're walking, and psychically speaks to Astaroth, and it's like, I have no idea how he keeps his nose buried in that book without tripping over every log, indentation, and stone along this path. I'm astounded. Tessera is a very large, like probably about like puma-sized cat with Siamese coloration. She is sapient and psychic. She's one of the Rydens. She is a Rycat, and has some small jewelry here and there, including a set of pierced ears and a small pectoral with an inlaid enameled flower.
So Astaroth, hearing this in his head and walking with Tessera and Fenn, is secretly, without Tessera knowing, kind of guiding Fenn. When Astaroth sees a rock, he kind of slowly guides him by bumping his shoulder into him and pushing him around the rocks and the road and things like that. Helping Fenn kind of keep his nose in his book, because Astaroth is actually seeking knowledge. One of Astaroth's big things is attaining knowledge of Aldous' greatest secrets. And if Fenn ever uncovers anything in one of these books, maybe Fenn will share it with Astaroth. Astaroth is a human from Aldous. However, his mother had a thing with a forest folk man, and that is who his father is. Not knowing his father growing up, though, he has, in his mind, made connections of feeling close to his father through nature. So Astaroth is always trying to be one with nature. He likes to be outside. And in fact, the greatest accomplishment and bucket list item on his list is to one day ride a stag. But through his love of nature, he also has a horse named Equine. And he also, his strong love for his mother, he has a short sword that is silver with gold inlays. It has his mother's name in script on it, but it's got roses and flowers that are also kind of flowing around this. And it's his prized possession. He also dresses very loose and flowy, doesn't wear heavy armor or anything like that. And when it just comes down to it, he just loves to be outside. And that's part of why he looks up to Tessera so much. But she is everything he doesn't understand, because she, while being one with nature, She despises it. She's so uppity about it. But yeah.
That sword is a very fine ornamental thing for somebody of your status. Where did you receive it from? How did you come across it? Should we do a flashback how this would have happened?
We could. Yeah, let's wing it.
Let's wing it. Sure. So at what age do you think that he received this?
Let's say like 13.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and maybe he was outside, kind of on a balcony, or not on a balcony, outside on like a patio, like a brick-laid patio, admiring the squirrels up in the trees and watching them kind of frolic with each other and chase each other around the trunk of the tree.
Michael, I would like you to add an element to this scene.
Ooh. So interesting. So he's on a balcony, looking at squirrels, playing around the trees. This balcony is it your ancestral home? Is that where we're at?
Yeah,
Juce?
we'll say it's my mother's home. Yeah.
Okay. An ornate royal carriage, driven by two white stallions, is coming down what makes for the laneway or the path towards the house. Unexpectedly.
Joseph, I would like you to add a character to this scene.
An envoy. Maybe the first envoy that Aster ever met, and possibly the person who inspired him to become an envoy himself. A night person ranger, accompanied by a rye owl bondmate.
Astaroth.
Well,
Yeah.
You are standing on your family's. Now, is your mother passed or?
No, she is still alive, I believe, is what we had decided before.
Okay, so
but I miss her thoroughly.
You're standing in a pretty. I guess you're sort of a middle class family, or at least a family that has some amount of property. You have your little balcony here, and yeah. I remember we last session we established that you're a block away from a theater.
Yep.
And you hear, you see running. First, you see this carriage, and you think, okay, any other day, this is probably some patron of the arts or something like that in this sort of bougie part of the city of the Blue Rose, trotting along, coming as it makes a turn, and then you realize that it's running at just a full gallop, and you see as this night person ranger and this owl, rye owl, are sort of the rye owl was like sort of flying a distance above the ranger, and the ranger is running, saying, "Stop that carriage!" As the carriage is rolling, is beginning to approach your balcony.
I'm not too worried about the balcony, but the horses, I'm worried they're going to get hurt. And so Astaroth doesn't even think twice and starts running towards the carriage.
Okay. Well, I will say that it's this is kind of happening below your balcony. So if you wanted to, you could.
Oh, okay.
You could wait for it to pass you and then jump atop it.
I will. Yeah. If there is a tree branch close to the balcony, I will jump out onto the tree branch and swing down to the ground.
All right. This happened. We don't have to roll for it. This happened.
All right.
This happened in your past. This is something that happens. So you leap. You find the tree branch, and just as you grab it, it snaps, and you find yourself landing atop the carriage as it is speeding. towards passersby.
Okay. I will try to make my way to the front of it and try to grab the reins of the horse. Obviously, I have to drop down into the seat to kind of grab the reins. So that's what I would do. Yeah.
All right.
This is a courageous 13-year-old, much more courageous than the one that was in the farm.
It's true. You're young, you're impetuous. You grab hold of the reins. It's at this point that you realize, as you're trying to steer these horses, that there's something wrong with them. Maybe they're bewitched, or they're not right, so they wouldn't be probably carriage horses if they were. But there's something wrong with their behavior and their mood. They're sort of acting wild, and they're not responding to your hold to make them slow down or to stop.
Okay. I'm not familiar with how horses are attached to carriages exactly. Is there like a pin or something that I can separate the carriage from the horses?
That's a good question.
Probably, yeah.
Probably. For sake of this, yes.
All right, so let's just say it's like this pin that's like wedged in sideways through like this harness right down below, and I will start kicking at it, trying to knock the pin out so that the horses can be free from the carriage and not get hurt by this carriage, and vice versa.
Excellent. So you just start hitting, and your 13-year-old foot is maybe not legs are maybe not quite strong enough to do it, as it's running towards the as this thing is careening towards we'll say that there is in the panic of everything, basically this barricade of fallen merchandise has landed in front, and it is just going to hit it at full speed. And you just cannot, you're trying, you cannot quite get it. And all of a sudden, you hear a voice in your mind say, "What are you doing here?" And as an owl lands beside you and sees what's going on, and you see as its eyes light up with Arcana, and it's able to get one of these horses to kind of subside a little bit, and things there. It's kind of beginning to veer. It's sort of slowing down, and then there's a jump, and you hear a clatter atop as you see this Night Person Ranger now climb atop the carriage, and is now where you're at, and sees what you're trying to do, and with one quick motion is just able to break it, and upon doing so, leaps off, getting onto the wild horse, and causes everything to stop.
Whoa. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You're a damn fool for trying it. And the
you
owl
said to stop it.
I didn't. And the owl just flutters off in a pissy mood.
I just talked to an owl.
At this point, there is you realize there's some hubbub in the carriage, and somebody gets out.
I drop down to the ground right away upon hearing someone in there talking.
And you see that inside is somebody extremely important. You're not quite sure who. It wouldn't be until it's not the queen. It's not anybody like that. Would you like to say maybe who this person? It's somebody you found out later was very important. It wasn't until you were an adult that you knew who that was.
Maybe it's somebody from the college. I'm gonna look at my sheet. I think there's somebody. Maybe it's the professor from the college, actually.
Shayneth?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see that Shayneth's in there. They look bewildered, like maybe they were hurt or hit or something. And they're much younger. than than they are now. Yeah. And they say, "Did you do all that?"
No, I tried. The guy rode off on the horse, and an owl talked to me. That was the coolest thing I've ever experienced in my life, and I can't wait to tell everyone at school and tell my mom. Like, this is pretty exciting.
It's the trying that matters.
Well, I heard him say, "Stop the wagon." I didn't know what I was doing. I just acted.
It's all right. It's quite fine.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You look like you've been hit or something.
I was some sort of people who don't quite like me seem to have an idea of how to take care of me.
You seem nice. Why would someone have a problem with you?
Oh, sometimes when you devote your life to helping others, those who seek to make life worse for them see you as the problem.
I don't understand that. That sounds like adult stuff.
Well, you certainly understand enough to try something rather stupid and rather dangerous.
I didn't want the horses to get hurt, or maybe even the squirrels that were out there. I thought it was going to crash, and I don't know. I didn't want anything to get hurt.
Say, I'm not much of a. I don't have much on me at the moment, but I do want to help. I want to reward you for what you've done here. Now, this is merely ornamental, and takes off this sword, on the scabbard and all, from a belt that they have on. But so you can assure your parents of that. But if the time comes, you sharpen it, and you see me.
I will. How will I get a hold of you? What's your name?
I live up there, and they point to the sort of hill, the large area where you see there's the palace and the college and the Sovereign's Finest and the Knights of the Blue Rose, sort of all in the same campus at the heart of the city.
I unsheath the sword like right away, and I'm like, "Oh, this is so cool!" And then I sheath.
It wasn't until a long time before you remember this name being said. But then there is Noble Shaneth. What happened? And they just, before, as you look up, they're gone. They go off to like talk to these envoys. So we find ourselves in the present in Jarzon, and in the Jarzoni settlement. What's your first stop? Where are you inclined to go in here?
So we're coming up from the south, right? Walking past Building 9.
Yes. You're gonna keep kind of going up that little dirt incline. It's sort of on a hill.
I think we should look for Osansha.
Yes. So Osansha being the leader makes sense. Osansha would be in Building 5. And that's the Twixt Candle Shrine. And that sound good, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yep.
So you head in, and you immediately smell. You smell dead coals, long, like just cold charcoal in this space. But there is some hurrying. There's some business around here. It's getting towards the dark, and the dark is normally a significant time for Jarzoni worship, as Sven would know, is lighting the fires and reminding yourself of the. There are usual like particular intervals during the day of either prayer and worship, and gathering at night for such a thing would be common as you are sitting and reflecting by the hearth, reminding yourself of how lucky you are that Leonoth, and in this case, in this particular shrine, Morena, saw you through the darkness. And you see that there are, as you get into the Jarzoni settlement, it's a lot of humble buildings. Most of the Aldean structures have been here for a long time, and they are built up with a lot of stone, to help supporting the wood structures. You also see that, and you also know that from where you're from, where the far campus is, the money of the court has gone towards building a very fine campus for all of you, even if it's a little bit humble in your living quarters. But yeah, things here are definitely, there's a lot of like log cabins, handmade homes built with a lot of care and industry, nothing fancy, not a lot of like embellishments on anything that's made. It's all made for a purpose. You see that a lot of the woods here have been cleared away, and actually, as you're approaching, a lot of men are coming in with long pieces of lumber that are coming in from the woods. As much of the woods, this little bit, this edge of the Pavan Wales is being cut down to make homes for them here. And it is, but then the most ornate and the most beautiful and prominent building in this area, other than there's one bit of land to the west that's a little bit nicer, but there is the shrine, and you see all around here. Not only are there the hearths, but there are a lot of these candles which have been braided, usually with 2 wicks, so these that are sort of braided in a twist, and you see that there are imagery. There's imagery throughout, not just of Leonoth, this god of light and the hearth, and fatherhood and paternalism and stuff like that, but also of Morena, the primordial goddess of the summer and life and growth. This is why these Jarzoni have come this far into Aldis, as their beliefs are a little bit different than that of the state religions, and that is that they worship not just Leonoth but also his consort. And though they have a lot of the same strict beliefs of Jarzon, they are that there is also a somewhat equal worship or reverence for the female as well as the male, and that is why it is so unique that the leader here would be a woman, Osancha, and you see them right away. Everybody's clothing here is very dour, very plain, very humble. Theirs is as well, sort of dark and a lot of dark grays, maybe like a very, very dark rusty red. But their head is covered in sort of a veil, and they're sort of wearing like a habit, and they're not showing any of their hair, not much of their neck at all. And she sees you, and she approaches you with a smile.
To Sarah, what are we asking? Quick, tell me before she gets here.
We're checking up on things. We wanted to let them know everything that's been going on so that they're not alarmed. And also, I thought we would see if any of them owned the icon that we found.
Oh, that's right.
If any of them recognized it.
Do you have the icon, or does Fen have that?
It's safe to assume that you have it. Somebody has it.
I do not have thumbs.
It's true.
If you're asking, Astaroth, you don't get a response. You may or may not notice because of Fen's normal appearance, but he is quieter than usual, if that's a possibility. And perhaps as you were walking towards the tent, you may have realized you needed to bump him far less. The book is closed, and Fen doesn't stand with the sort of like liquidy aloofness that he normally stands. He is rigid as he stands there, book like held by the spine at his side.
I kind of have my hand on the hilt of my sword, and I'm trying to act like older and more mature now that because I know how Fen is. And to Sarah, I kind of have a feeling she's probably not gonna do a lot of the talking, so I kind of step up and I say, "Osancha, priestess, may we speak with you for a moment?" Oh, you're muted.
Sancha approaches, sees to Sarah. There is the smile kind of goes to a bit of a statuesque regard towards you. There are not many a Raiden that finds themselves inside of a Jarzoni shrine. The Jarzoni are, of course, very suspicious of anything to do with the more magical that is not in the service of religion. And there are some that regard, if they do not regard Raiden as innately corrupt, then as not, then there's a sort of a cold reservation towards them.
The Jarzoni tend to regard Raiden with a great deal of suspicion.
Yes, a lot of suspicion. But you are not thrown out. Osancha is somebody who has led their people towards survival in this land, and realizes that there are certain rules that she has to play by. She says, "Oh, members of the college and future envoys, welcome to Twixt Kendall Shrine. It is our honor to have you here."
No, it's an honor to be here. We appreciate you allowing us to enter such a sacred place to have a conversation.
Yes.
Maybe we could step outside if that's more appropriate. I don't know if you would prefer that.
Actually, let's walk. And you see that you kind of give her a little bit of a pass out of this, and she's trying to mask her joy at this. And she walks with you outside, and you find yourself walking around the all of the settlement as this is going on. A lot of men working and things like that. Women taking care of children, and the like. Well, what could we possibly do to help you here? I understand that your stay with us might be soon over, as I believe your schooling ends with the festival of the scholar.
Yeah, I mean, things are getting a little crazy, and it's possible that things could end, or maybe the circumstances of today might keep us around a little longer. I'm not quite sure.
I assume by those circumstances you, of course, mean about this terrible blight.
Yeah,
my people are, of course, worried, but they know that they have the hearth to come to. Many are preparing themselves for tonight's services, as you can see.
Yeah, there was a creature that was attacking a child over at the farm. It happened to slay some livestock, and we were digging into it today, and we did find a relic of some sort.
She holds her hand up. She says, "Pardon me, but I must warn you, though you, of course, are not part of my religious flock, that digging in to such things is not a good thing to do. And to say that you've come across relics, nothing can be learned from the dark fiends, except for corruption and evil. Your immortal souls are indeed in danger if you follow this path.
That is the sacrifice that the Sovereign's finest take as our holiest and highest calling. You know the way things are here in Aldis.
She is skeeved by being communicated to in a psychic fashion, and
those who know Tessera can hear a note of absolute delight at her reaction to that in her psychic voice. Yes, I recognize that that is typically the way in Jarzon, but unfortunately, it's the nature of that battle. Such things must be fought, and one doesn't fight them by covering one's eyes with one's hands. No, you have to seek them out where the darkness grows and destroy them before they endanger the innocent.
You can't distinguish, or you can't extinguish darkness without some light, and we are trying to bring light to an approaching darkness.
Go ahead, because you're sort of leading this interaction. To Sarah, go ahead and make a communications persuasion roll.
Okay. That is a 17 total. No stuck points.
That's pretty good.
Yes. She looks at you with some. She's trying to. She at first there's the skeeviness that she has from the mental contact, which gives way. She is probably the most practiced of all of her flock of trying to put on a good face and to assimilate as much as she can to these times, with as much without losing her soul. She says, well, you are, but she does sort of, there's a curious look that comes across her face as she looks at you, and she says, well, that's spoken like a purifier, truly. Of course, I am willing to do anything and everything in order to make sure that my flock is safe and that the taint of corruption does not dwell in this new home we have found for ourselves. What is this relic?
I search on myself. I kind of look at Fen. Fen, do you have the relic by chance?
Fen will like reach into the fold of his robe, and you see him almost like robotically slide his hand out and just sort of hold it towards you, like not breaking eye contact with you. You can tell that he's like actively avoiding looking at Oshana.
I'll take it and serve as the middleman and hand it over to Osancha.
Yeah.
And Tessera is set up in between Osancha and Fen, and is sort of seated straight backed, very much doing her best to draw all of Osancha's attention. And like at Fen's reaction, her tail kind of creeps around behind Fen and just sort of like slightly wraps around his leg, almost like supportively.
If you could hear a smile, there would be good.
He probably can.
Psychically, you probably can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever the sound of a smile is, that's what you're hearing.
It's probably purring. I mean, it would be reverse purring.
If you're doing it right.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's more like a rolling of an R sound from you.
She takes this and she looks at it and she says, she's pretty intelligent, even though it's not a whole piece of something. She says, well, I'm sure you're not suggesting that the Church of Pure Light would have anything to do with such corruption.
No, I would never blame the church. However, there is no church that does not have a bad apple or two. And I'm not saying that anybody here is a bad apple. I'm just saying this is the only evidence we've come across.
Sarah shakes her head. She says, in fact, what we're suggesting is that if there were any group that those who are in service to the dark might attempt to hide themselves among, surely the Church of the Pure Light would seem to be the safest to them, for who would question them.
How exactly is this bauble, this frankly cheap icon, what is this? What is it to do with this creature?
It was discovered in the place where the creature was first seen. In fact, where the creature may well have been pulled howling from Shadow.
Where would that have been?
Wasn't it over near the grotto?
Yes. So yeah, Barnabas heard cries and moans in the dark. Didn't see what was going on, was too afraid. And then the next morning found this in the grotto. And of course, you all saw the thing in the woods, but yeah.
Right.
So it is believed that the creature
in the farm.
It is believed the creature was summoned from the grotto. We have a witness, and obviously we slayed it at the farm not long after, of course. But and by we, I mean my companions here more so than I. I was busy protecting the child.
Mostly we were coming to see if you recognized it. Not so much the icon's shape as perhaps what it was made of. If you had seen anyone about who had something crafted of this.
Well, it seems like
and maybe that's another witness
cheap.
That might be able to help us. I mean, maybe they have nothing to do with it. They're just a witness.
It seems like nothing but humble white metal to me. I would know nothing of what such a piece like this would come from. I think most of my flock choose to wear icons of more sturdier stuff.
It's actually why we noted it. It seemed odd, almost as though someone deliberately crafted it to be broken.
Maybe it's a setup.
Like
such a thing is not known to me.
Is there anybody in particular that you think could be trying to make you guys look like the bad guys here?
Can I make a perception empathy check to
You
kind of
certainly
get a read on her?
You certainly may.
Okay. Well, I just rolled 3 6s.
Jeez, you are on fire.
Total of 21.
Jesus.
21 and 6 stunt points.
I will allow for either like a role playing stunt or from the exploration stunts. If you can justify either.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably not a combat stunt, but if you want to push her,
no.
if you want to swift attack, go for it.
You probably know what she ate for dinner too. I mean, at that point.
Jesus.
Damn.
She looks like saran wrap to you. You see right through her. She is Jesus.
Yeah, that's wild. All right. Sorry, I don't have my reference cards out. Why don't we jump on, and if I find
while
a good
while
stunt,
while Joseph is looking for those stunts,
Yeah.
so she called it humble white metal. Does that register anything with head in a book, Fen?
Yeah, so I mean, like, the distinction between black metals such as iron and white metals such as tins, maybe
Malleable,
more fine,
soft.
malleable, stuff that's like stuff that would
Aluminum.
be maybe made for humble tools or fittings or decoration. Honestly,
Maybe even pewter.
Now,
pewter, anything that's like not iron. Honestly, not iron
in
steel.
the town, is there a known tradesman that deals in that?
So we have let me just double check something here. So
we have a
there's
couple
so
craftsmen
they have Atani's Forge, though Atani is an Aldean who usually works in metal. I mean in black metal. And iron and stuff like that, though can work with tins and things, but usually sticks to blacksmithing. You also have trying to remember if there's any sort of provisionist here who might sell stuff. There are people who what you would know is that the Jonans at the Hearth Home, number 9, they I'm sorry, not them. That there is apologies. The Vinaths here in the Jarzoni settlement are tinkerers. They do some light repairs. They're often contracted by people in the village. But also, a lot of some people from Kern have because a lot of the Kernish are often enslaved to do biddings. They are often working in mines and stuff like that. They came with them. They brought with them some metals, but that they brought from the mines, but also with their skills with making quick repairs and light repairs.
Where are the Kerns staying again?
They are at number 7. They're at the very edge of town.
Oh, so they're right next to the Jarzoni.
Yeah, well, they're sort of at the bottom of a pretty large sort of incline, but yeah.
And they don't get along with the Jarzoni, typically. Okay.
Not typically, no, because the Jarzoni would look to the Kerns with a lot of resentment.
Okay. I'll keep my thoughts to myself around her then.
So Joseph, what are you thinking in terms of your excellent role?
Mostly, not finding any particularly great stunts, at least for this purpose. But mostly, I'm okay with just letting it ride, basically.
Okay. But so this is what I will tell you from that role. Is that she's being duplicitous, mainly through omission. There is and maybe some of this is coming from a little bit of psychicness that's kind of washing from this as well, but there is a great sense of protection in her demeanor, and you're also kind of getting beyond this that she definitely just resents you, right in general, but she's being duplicitous by in the sense of like knowing what this could be and who could have made it or whatever, and also but it's coming from a place of protectiveness.
Right, of course. Yeah, she's going to look out for her people. That absolutely makes sense. I wonder, would you be willing to introduce us to the Vinaths?
Have the Vinaths done something untoward?
Oh, no, of course not. They're simply their skill at tinkering and the working of softer materials such as this. They may have some expertise that we do not. and be able to tell us something about this.
Huh. I would like to caution all of you. The people here in this settlement traveled not merely through the harshness of the Varan marshes, but went through great pains traveling at the far end of your country in order to find a home where they could feel free to worship. And we are grateful for that freedom. But in that pursuit, we lost many. And before we traveled those Viran marshes, we faced much persecution at our less enlightened brethren. We did not come here to be persecuted.
Yes, surely. We understand that. And we don't want to infringe on your right to your religious beliefs or any of that. We just want to make sure everyone's safe, and we're not going to stop you from doing any of your worship at all. We're not going to do anything to, make you feel persecuted against.
And I wonder why it is that after such events, that the first place we see envoys, or at least hope to be envoys, is in the Jarzoni settlement and not amongst the Kerns.
So
The symbol
not
we found.
a Jarzoni symbol? Our reason for coming here is not to lay accusations. Surely you must know by now that if an envoy believes someone is guilty of something, we have no need to beat around the bush. We are seeking your expertise. You have the experience in dealing with these icons. You can tell us if something is strange or unusual. We are not coming to you as marginalized people, but as neighbors, because in Aldis, we all work together to protect one another.
I will gladly introduce you to the Vinaths, but I will ask to accompany you in whatever questioning you may have.
Yes, please. We would love to have you there.
Follow me.
Mentally, Tessera sends Fen, just Fen, a quick message. Are you all right? Do you want to go somewhere else? You don't have to be here if you don't wish to.
I would like to flash back to Jarzon and Fen hearing the words of, is there somebody in Jarzon that you left behind? A family member, a loved one?
Ooh, but you're putting me right on the spot here, Aaron.
Yes.
I think, yes. Yeah, there is. So if I'm not mistaken, with my scattered lore of Blue Rose, Vata'an can be born to non-Vata parents. Is that correct?
The majority of Vata are born to human parents.
Right.
In fact.
Yes. So he was born to human parents in Jarzani, which luckily for him, he was born Vata'an and not Vata Shah. And that can be a blessing or a curse, right? If you turn your innate magical ability towards the workings of the church, great, perfect. That's exactly what we need. More power to the Blessed Lord of Light. He didn't. The church is not a source of knowledge. Their knowledge has been gained. That's what they believe in, and that's a finite information. A supplicant of the Lords of Light does not allow him to unearth the secrets of the world, which is what he was interested in. And his parents took much pain in this, but for love of child, set him up with a way out, a way to get to where he is now. And that's how he actually got to the school. He actually crossed through that same treacherous swamp that the priestess had mentioned single-handedly, and made it through alone.
So your parents helped you get out, though.
So the parents are the ones that set that up. Yeah. So they, as far as he knows, they're still there.
So you are. So we're in Jarzon, and we're on the. You're actually still pretty far from home.
Mm-hmm.
And you have been. You are currently in a barrel, in the back of a wagon, that your parents are taking you to as far as they dare go towards the Varen Marsh before letting you go. And you hear the soft voice of your father say, "Are you all right?" As you get tussled, as you hit a rock. There's nobody on the road just yet. Out here in the Jarzoni sort of hinterlands, you can see for miles. It's there's not a lot of trees. It's scrub and brush and harsh in a harsh land, and it's just kind of like desolate out here on the road.
I think they likely would have had some kind of means of communication, and knowing worried parents, they would easily forget that kind of thing. But Fen isn't the kind that would. So hearing his father's voice, he kind of knocks twice on the inside of the barrel to not really give away his position.
Sorry. Joseph, I would love you to add an element to this scene.
An element to the scene. A moment of stress, a roadside shrine, where it is very clear that there is an entourage of travelers from the church. Off to one side, camped beside the shrine, probably tending to their daily rites. And in fact, the priest steps out of the shrine, seeing these travelers, and waves them over to partake in the midday rites.
And Juce, I'd love you to add another element to this scene.
You're a monster, Joe.
They have a person, older person, who has their hands bound, almost like a prisoner, that they are congregating around.
So yes, you see the waving of this priest. Come, travelers, join us for the prayer. You feel, Fen, as everything kind of comes to a stop, and you have just a crack in your barrel that you can see all of this happening. Your mother says, thank you, good priest, but we have a ways to go, and we seek to visit family down the road, and we would hate to be late. Sister of light, you don't understand. There's not much out here. Are you sure you are not lost? We have not. There are not many places of settlement for much time, unless your family finds itself in the Varen Marsh, and sort of the very humorless Jarzoni still find a way to find humor in that as best as they can. Plus, but either way, I don't mean to question where your family lives. It's just you will not be able to have a proper place to pray before you get there. I assure you, this is the last way shrine on the way.
I think Fen is he is crouched in this barrel, which is like a regular size barrel, and Vata are slightly taller than humans, so he's probably like 6'4" in a tiny barrel. And there is an uncomfortable shift where like the barrel might like jiggle a little bit, but he understands what's happening out there, and he is sweating. He has as much cool composure we see him have normally. This is well before he sort of mastered that, and he is sweating in this barrel.
Your father says, dear, this is very kind of them to offer prayer to us in this time, and we are so lucky to have a priest here in order to lead it. Yes, goodly husband, of course. And there is a very careful approaching of the shrine. And your father says, sort of very quietly to the priest, "Who's that man?" "Oh, this man. He is a practitioner of the arcane. Well, sorcery. He seems to have been traveling in from the Barren Marsh, perhaps from those corrupt lands of Aldous, bringing in magical books of arcane and blasphemy, trying to teach and corrupt the youth in our practices. And he was found corrupting many a youth. We have come to give him one last prayer before he is purified by the fire." Your father noticeably just almost collapses on himself.
Yeah, understandably. Fen is if he was sweating before, it is flop sweat at this point. He has heard of this, right? It's not an uncommon practice. It's also just not something commonly he's been faced with. And he, like, being almost literally faced with it, he is even more aware that should his presence be discovered, it would be apparent as to what his parents were trying to do, and they would likely share the same fate as he and this man. Perhaps a family barbecue, as they say. And everything about him wants to reach out to this person, both for his knowledge that is about to be lost forever, and as like solidarity that, like, you know, maybe if you run, you can get away, like me. But he doesn't. He has no idea what to say to this person.
You hear in your mind an unfamiliar voice. Lad.
Yeah. Yes.
You hear me? Good. I thought I could sense it. You have the gift.
I shouldn't be talking to you.
I cannot see you.
That's the point.
If they cannot see you, then you can get out of that barrel, sneak, and get me out of here. I can teach you a lot.
If I'm caught, I can't be of any help to you.
You see through the crack in the barrel as this, like, just bedraggled older gentleman just, like, looks over at the barrel. I see.
There's no way that I can get to you and remain hidden. I have no way to free you. I don't even have a knife. And where would you go?
I would, I know arcane lore, and I would be able to protect us. I could,
if they
cast a great cloud to bring us into the air and carry us away. I could bring lightning down right here and and smelt everybody. I swear I have the power to do it. And there is, in the back of your mind, you feel the desperate lies this man is telling.
Yeah, he like reaches out and says, if that were true, then why didn't you do that before you were caught?
And there is kind of how you can sense the smile psychically. In this, you sense grinding teeth and desperate rage at you.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of throughout, he continues to try to sort of knock on your psychic door, trying to, with little, he tries to pull back, not be so angry, and asks sheepishly and for mercy and for pity, but it's also very hopeless.
Mm-hmm. I think
in the end,
good.
Yeah.
I think Fen has at this point he has like positioned himself so he is like both of his hands are pressed against the barrel inside, and he is pressed like to that sliver, watching. He understands the desperation, right? And someone that desperate is willing to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
In Fen's mind, willing to even sell him out for perhaps a good deed. You don't get to die in a fire today. Prolonged one more day, which is another day at chance of escape. So he is watching that, and he is using one of the only abilities that he has mastered, and it's taking most of his might to do.
Yeah.
He brings up his psychic shield.
Yeah. And the voice is just cut off, and this is all happening as prayers are happening, and there are some addressing of this man who is just not listening to them because he is trying to make contact with you so desperately. And eventually the prayers are over, and they say, and they're all packing up, and you see this priest who begins to sort of attach a rope that is incarcerating this man to his horse, and he says, "We go now for your purification." And he says, I have something to say. And they sort of stop. He says, have you come to embrace the light before these fateful hours? I just want to say that I regret nothing of what I have done, and I would do it 1,000,000 more times in every life that I am brought back to make sure that those who did not have the ability to learn the way I did could learn again. And there's sort of a regard towards the barrel. That's it. Take me away. And they take him away. And your family silently and quickly moves the cart along towards the Varen Marsh. And then you hear Fen in the back of your mind, "Fen, are you okay?" And you realize that, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" In Tessera's voice.
Yeah, he kind of like starts when he like invades his bubble, right? And he looks down and almost like moves his mouth, like caught off guard. He wasn't expecting someone to talk to him, especially right now when he was pretending he was invisible. And he like opens his mouth to say actual words, and then you see him like open and close his mouth a couple times, and he whispers back, as if you need to whisper telepathically, I don't do well with the priesthood.
I know. If you need to not be here, we'll come find you right after we're done.
No, I think I need to be here. We started this as a team, and my being here in this place is its own defiance. I wouldn't want to be thought exactly what they think I am.
As the priestess turns to like wander with us over to the tinkers, Tessera actually like rubs up against the side of his leg kind of supportively and say, "Good, you've learned the lessons well. Where bravery fails us, go with spite."
And he like leans down and forgetting all etiquette, he just like gives you head scritches as if you were like an actual cat.
And she like looks around like, did anyone see that? But also very clearly enjoys it.
And then they continue walking.
Juice, before we start talking to the Vinehouse, would you like to take a break?
Yeah, we can take a break now. That'd be perfect.
Yeah.
I'm out of water, so I'm happy about that.
Good timing,
yeah,
then.
let's do it. We had a pretty intense scene just now, so I think a good break would be good for all of us.
Yeah. All right. So we will be back in about 5 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere.
See you in a bit.
All right, we're back, and we're ready to roll. So let's rock.
Awesome. So you approach one of these humble wooden homes.
Okay.
And you see around that. You see that there is a. You see that there's a woman who is doing some sort of domestic work around here. It's probably at this point breastfeeding a babe. There are two twin girls who are currently weaving something together.
Mm-hmm.
There is a young boy, a little bit older than the girls, maybe 10 years old, a little bit older than, about 10 years old, who is, he is currently sort of taking care of like a goat that they have. And you see, in the back there is a man and his son, about 14 years old, banging out a sheet of tin.
Ooh. And
Into
does
some
it
kind
look
of
like the
shape.
same thickness as the relic?
Yeah, could be. Maybe a little bit thinner.
Okay. What is the priestess doing?
She is watching you carefully.
Okay, so she's more worried about us, not any like of the tin or anything like that.
No, I mean, she's just really watching you and seeing what you're going to be. She wants to know what she has to react to.
Okay, and we are inside the house.
You're outside the house.
Okay.
This workshop they've set up seems to be sort of under an awning that's been built out here with like a small, like little forge and stuff like that.
Okay. Now, do we know their names other than Vanath?
They just know their family name is the Vinaths. Yeah.
Vinaths. Mr. and Mrs. Vinath, may we speak with you?
Hi, says the wife, looking up to you. Husband, come. The banging stops, and they come over. The young boy looks a little. His son apprentice looks a little curious at you all. But yeah, this man approaches. He's got long, dark beard, sort of white wings around at his temples. And he says, how may I help you? You are from the college, yes?
Yes. We're kind of in service at the moment due to unfortunate circumstances. Which you may see more from the college patrolling, the areas over the next coming days. Would you by any chance know of anybody around town that would have been carrying this relic, or maybe purchased this relic? And I'll wave it to Sarah and Fen. Does one of you have that on you again?
I'm fairly certain it was given to you, Esther.
Oh, you're right. It's right here. Sorry. And I pull it out. I kind of tucked it in the back where my belt was. This. I'm sorry. Pardon me.
Or if perhaps anyone has asked you to do repairs on something of this sort.
He looks at Mother Asancha, and he looks down at this thing, and he says, seems to be a holy icon. Nothing, most are made of wood or thicker stuff. I have not been asked to make such a thing. And he hands it back to you.
Can you think of why anyone would want to make one of this material?
To show their reverence for the mother and father of light.
but of this material in specific. I mean, as you note, it seems fragile almost.
He looks over to his son. Boy, have you been practicing making icons of the Holy Mother and Father? No, Pa, I have not. I swear it. There you go.
But so in theory, someone who were practicing might perhaps make them of a more inexpensive material such as this.
Perhaps it does seem to be amateurish work.
Thank you. You've shed a great deal of light on this mystery that we're dealing with here.
Yeah.
We appreciate your expertise and your help.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, is there anything that you need help with this? Has anybody been bothering you lately?
I assume that you mean I know that our conflict with the Jonans is well known amongst town. Please speak plainly.
Yeah, I heard there was a contention with the Star family.
Yes. They are fishers and have other such tools around their homestead. They used to go to us for hooks and other tool repairs and the like, and they have brought their business to the Kerns.
Oh, okay. So it's more just a business dispute that they have taken their business elsewhere.
I believe that it is of prejudice towards my family and our beliefs. Of course, we do not see eye to eye. Though I don't understand why. We did work for them for many months, despite the fact that they live in sin.
Interesting.
Tessera looks at Osancha like, really? Are we all confused here?
Wouldn't
why
that
this
be
is
the
happening?
prejudice? So did you offer them competitive pricing or anything like that, or?
Are you questioning my business practices?
No, I'm just asking in particular. You say they went elsewhere. I mean, if the deal was a better deal, I mean, maybe that it was just that. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just unsure. That's all. Just trying to figure things out.
Let's be very clear here. That they worked with us for a good many years before the Kernish came in.
Yep.
And we know that you here in Aldous, with your predilection towards the arcane, looking at Fen and Tessera in particular, have a weakness for these Kernish. And they have very little, and though you show your bright, happy faces to us, we know secretly in your hearts that you have no real love for us. So, it is my and the.
I am not arcane at all. So I'm the one that spoke these words, though. I would appreciate it if you would not drag my companions.
This is the way that it happens. This is the way it happens all along this country. Is that you say that you want us here and you have pity for the corrupt and the sorceress, those who threatened you and your lands, not that very long ago. Remember, there was a time when I tell my son where Aldens and Jarzoni fought side by side against the forces of darkness. You have obviously lost your path, but that is history, and
it is.
But in the present, we seem to when we do much better work than them. Let's be honest. We have access to more material. I have better training. Why they would go to these Kernish refugees is merely out of pity for their state, and out of a discomfort for us. Are you speaking, Michael?
I'm muted. Can I try something?
Please, you always may.
I have psychic contact and second sight. While I'm quietly pretending to be invisible, can I reach out with both of them and see if there are anyone else in this homestead that is not here? Like I can sense their mind, I guess, without actually speaking to them. And can I use second sight to see if any magic has been used in the vicinity?
So I believe, yes, this is a roll on your part.
Second sight is psychic contact isn't unless somebody is actively resisting me.
So are you trying to? You're not trying to make psychic contact with anybody in particular. You're just
I'm just trying to see if there's anyone like around. Like obviously there's the three people here, the priestess and us. I want to know if there's like anyone hidden the same way that the guy reached out to me in the back.
You don't notice anything like that, no. But you can go ahead and use your second sight to maybe.
Sure. I believe I have to roll against a fatigue, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let me see here. I rolled, target number is 13. I rolled a 14.
Excellent. So you are not
good.
You're not fatigued by this spell. So you reach out with your second sight. There is the only taste of magic that you might get is again from this. There is some sort of bit of magic that you recognize from what happened with this creature that you fought. There is something of that is kind of on top of this little relic that you found, this little icon. But other than that, there's no active magic happening in this vicinity.
Is there any like trace of magic?
Only trace of magic that you can kind of sense is from that icon again. Nothing.
Okay.
No magic has been cast here, and especially and it's very, very noticeable. Because normally, like if you were to cast this any place else in all this, it's like somebody's done some kind of arcane stuff sometime. But in here, nope, not really.
That's what Fen would expect is to see nothing, which is why any amount of magic would stand out like a sore thumb.
Correct.
He contacts.
Well, how big is the area for the second site?
It doesn't say. The terminology is vague. It says you can sense the use and lingering effects of Arcana. Make a second sight test to detect Arcana in use in your vicinity, or to sense an attempt at psychic contact, or detect and read the signature left by Arcana. So vicinity is the only.
I think with this vicinity, no.
Okay, cool. He would reach out to Sarah, still in his awkward state. And say basically just that I don't detect anything of any kind of magical nature happening here. Even if they did create this, they don't have any capability to imbue it with magic.
Well, that's actually my fear, is that someone used them to smuggle it into this area, knowing that they would be the least likely people able to sense the use of Arcana. But of course, it's purely conjecture on our part.
Aaron, can I make? I rarely call for a roll, but can I make an intelligence roll? This was shoddily crafted, or at least it's a shitty material, right? The symbol, the hold on, what is the name of this family? The Vinat family. They're artisans, right? They're like professional craftsmen.
Yeah, they're doing the best they can with what they've got. You're not near a tin mine necessarily, not yet. But.
Even with shitty material, it should still look at the best they can make it, right?
They do a good job. It does seem like their stuff's good.
Can I roll some kind of like intelligence to see if this like appraise essentially is this made by a well-trained like hand, or is this made by the child or somebody playing at a craftsman? something like that.
Sure, yeah, and if you have
don't.
engineering, you may use
I have
engineering.
persuasion and etiquette.
So
the awkward boy is good at talking.
just some intelligence.
Okay, I rolled poorly. I rolled a 10 with 2 stunt points.
Oh, 10 with 2 stunt points. I mean, yeah, it's not hard to. It's not a hard test.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard to see that it is definitely made with less care and craftsmanship than what's happening here. If you want to use those on an exploration or a role-playing stunt, you may.
Let's see here. Role-playing stunt. Okay, I'm gonna throw this at you.
Sure.
There is an exploration stunt called the Right Tools. You find or improvise a piece of equipment you need to attempt an action more effectively. This stunt counteracts any situational penalties for not having the appropriate equipment. I'm not looking for actual equipment because I'm not actually crafting. This is informational. Does it look like the kid could have crafted this?
Here?
Yeah, he was working on something before, and the father mentioned.
Your mind went where I was going to go.
Yeah, the father mentioned him crafting before. Does it look like? I assume when you're an apprentice, you're going to have little pieces of the things you've crafted. Does the quality of this match the quality of the things he's made around him?
He has the ability to make something like that.
Yeah, Fen conveys that as well to Sarah.
He claimed that it wasn't him.
Yeah,
but I mean, how truthful did he seem?
He'll pass on and say the craftsmanship of the icon is too poor for the father. The son might have made this. He may be lying, or it could be a less skilled craftsman. It would be an apprentice of some kind.
The son's 10, correct?
The son is 14-ish, yeah. There's another son that's 10, but the oldest son is
the one that crafted. Okay.
Yeah, like a teenager.
Age, yeah.
While they're can I also I don't want to look too over the top, but as this conversation's going on, I just kind of want to glance around near where the one son was crafting, and I do have a searching ability, skill. So I want to do it very subtly though, and just kind of see if I can either see maybe another of the same relic, or maybe what it was cut from or crafted from, maybe the piece of tin, if I can tell, while they're also doing.
So you're looking for the actual material.
Yes.
That would be a perception check.
Perception searching.
Perception searching, correct.
Okay. And when I do it, though, I don't want to necessarily be over there and be rifling through stuff. So if it's not out in the open, I'm probably not going to see it, or it's really hard.
I actually kind of want to distract them slightly to give Aster the opportunity to,
because Astaroth is the point man in this right now. So for Astaroth to go sneak off to do this would be obvious.
Right. That's why I wasn't going to try and run off. But yeah, if Astaroth.
Tessera says, well, thank you. We certainly appreciate all of your help. And if I may,
and I start walking.
In compassion, in the name of compassion, I would urge all of you to remember that the Kernish here are refugees from Kern. They can no more be held responsible for what those who wield power in Kern did than you can for those who wield and abuse their power in Jarzan. And indeed, both of you have come here because the ways that you choose to live your lives are not in alignment with those who wield all of the power in your respective homelands. In that way, you are more like kin to one another than enemies. And I would just suggest to recall that there's a reason that you've come here, and that they have done so for the same reason. And perhaps you have more in common with them than you have at odds.
Could you make a communication roll, Joseph? And if you think you have a relevant focus, you may tag that.
I do not have a relevant focus, but I do have the novice rank in oratory, which lets me re-roll a communication persuasion if it's not the greatest roll, which it was not.
Okay, excellent.
Oh yeah, that's way better. So 14, total of a 17.
All right. So whether or not they agree is one thing. Again, a cat is speaking to them in their mind, and they don't love that. But
which is totally fair.
Which is totally fair. But they are listening, and they are enwrapped, and this gives you, Astaroth, the opportunity to make that search check.
Yep. So I got a 14, and I did roll 4 stunt points.
All right. You can go ahead and use those for an exploration. I will tell you, you do not find a smoking gun here.
Okay.
Things here look like, yes, they could possibly, but I will say that there's nothing that looks like it was particularly cut out in this shape. Okay. You might not even find something that is exactly this thickness of metal.
Okay.
But you don't find a smoking gun.
So I will use resources at hand. It has to be another perception skill, and I'm going to use I'm going to use tracking and see if I can see footprints or some kind of, maybe the boy snuck away and maybe there, something along those lines.
So this requires you to this makes it so it's basically a successful tracking check, or you're going to make it. You don't see anything like that.
Okay.
All right. So before we go, I will throw a quick message just to Aster, and to remind him to to extend an invitation to them to the Scholars Dance. That we would love to see them there, that they're absolutely invited, and that kind of thing. And
that was, so I remember out of character, that was for everybody, not just like the priestess. Like that's every single person.
Hey, they would love everybody in the communities to come and contribute.
As many folk as want to come.
What was the name of the dance again?
The Scholars Dance.
The Scholars Dance. Mr. and Mrs. Vinath, the Vinaths, and also Osancha, if you could also remind everybody, we would love to have you guys come to the Scholars Dance. I'm sure we'll have plenty of festivities. Would love to talk about things less, troublesome, and would love to just talk and mingle and get to know each other better. So if you could come, I would greatly appreciate it, and I'm sure my companions would love to have you there as well.
He looks towards towards Mother Osancha.
I think we all do.
And Mother Osancha says, and she says, I fear that with what tensions there are between our communities, that if we were to participate, it would only lead to these tensions.
I don't
spoiling
think so.
Your own function.
No, I think if you failed to show up, it might be taken as a sign of disrespect that if you didn't show up. I think it'd be better if you came. It could ease some of the tensions.
Go ahead and make another communication. If you have persuasion, you may use that.
I do have a communication. Ooh, I did not roll well, though.
Or even etiquette.
So I do have communication persuasion. So that is only a 10, though.
She says, if you could show that we are respected and valued members of this community, perhaps helping the Vinaths with their situation. And if we feel that by the time comes with the Scholars' Dance that we are wanted here, then maybe.
What would be an adequate solution to the situation for the Vinaths? What would you guys like to see done?
We would like to see us being given business. I am good in repairs, and though Atani's forge is Atani is great as a farrier and smith, me and my son can do much in the way of whitesmithing.
I'm assuming you mean business from possibly elsewhere, maybe even from the college itself.
College, if we felt that we were needed, you would have us there.
Okay. That sounds fair. Let me see what we can come up with.
Well, Mother Osancha, if I'm not wrong, it looks like the hour approaches for worship. Yes, I was just about to mention that.
Have a good day. And I think we're going to continue to head east to wandering down the path down to where the Kernish are at.
The light leads your path. And you are given a polite, if altogether cold,
yes,
kiss off.
As we walk away, I say, "Man, Tessera, they don't like you, do they?"
No. Did you know that my mother, who sits on the Raiden Council, was actually asked to leave a state dinner because the Jarzoni ambassador took exception to her presence there. Of course, my mother could have taken great offense, but she is above all a diplomat, and made a graceful exit. But yes,
Your mother was wonderful.
As I'm sure you can tell, they are quick to take offense and quick to give. It's the same.
Yeah, it seemed very hypocritical.
Let us take a flashback to Tessera and her mother.
Beautiful.
Maybe right before you leave, or right before you. Is there a time frame?
Yeah, that sounds good. Like right before we left the city of Aldea, because it was the first time that Tessera had left the city, because she was born there.
Excellent. So where would you? I mean, obviously your mother hangs around the halls of power. Probably not even that far from the college in which you spend your time.
Yeah, very likely.
Where would be a place that you would meet your mother?
Oh, the gardens, without question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the gardens.
Excellent. Juce, go ahead and give me an element to this scene.
In the gardens?
Yeah, in the gardens.
Maybe some of the garden has been destroyed.
Okay, excellent. And Michael, you can either add a character or another element to the scene if you would like.
The gardens. Where are they? Can I get a description of these gardens, Joseph?
Yeah, they're the Sovereign's Gardens on the palace grounds. And the primary plant that is the flower that is grown there is the ubiquitous blue rose, the Sovereign's blue rose.
Perfect. We need more political intrigue. This place seems like a place where all kinds of dilettantes would be. And unbeknownst to our two Raiden, there is a perhaps nefarious, who knows, dilettante who is overhearing this conversation.
All right. Well, Tessera, you don't notice this dilettante who is just happens to be on the other side of a hedge,
Right.
but you do notice that your mother having the that her ears are at attention, very very high up and disturbed. Her tail's a little bushy, as there's obviously been some kind of destruction here in the garden recently.
Yeah, she'd probably wander out and kind of, survey some of the damage and, be like, Mother, what's all of this?
Radicals from the Pavan Weald, radicals of our kind, Raiden that have lost their way. Those who don't believe that we are working hard enough and fast enough.
Well, if they only saw how little sleep you get these days, working on their behalf, perhaps they'd be a little more grateful.
Yes, work is what I do. It's all I have time for. In fact, it's rather fortuitous. I hear that you are to make your way up north to that little hamlet. What is it called? Point Curse or something?
Something like that. I'm a little uncomfortable, a little nervous, I have to admit.
No way, not to Sarah.
I've never been outside of the city. And I'm afraid that, I'm afraid I'm going to make a fool out of myself and embarrass you. And I very much don't want that.
Well, darling, just try not to try too hard. People who try too hard are often the victims of their own eagerness, their over-earnestness.
I'll try not to try.
I would think that all this time, learning from me, that you would know to be more confident. You always had an issue with confidence. You always had an issue with making yourself heard. You know what I mean?
She sort of lowers a little, like her ears droop slightly. In situations that I'm familiar with, I'm fine. You're right. I'm a little quiet, but sometimes I just like to watch. I like to sort of see what people are doing. But I know that as one of the Sovereign's finest, I have to take more decisive action. And I am looking forward to the trip. I know it will be good education for me.
Speaking of which, the business of the Raiden Council is very much focused on the lands to the north these days, especially around the Pavan Weald. Places such as Point Cruz, of course, that's been there for some time, have been there forever, and the Raiden understand that. Though as more and more communities are built, and especially as we get more immigrant communities and refugees from Kern, more communities are being built upon the Pavan Weald. In fact, I am to believe that the Jarzoni in that region are cutting down trees at an alarming rate to build their homes.
I mean, surely there's someone there to tell them that they can't do that, isn't there?
Well, there's not much leadership up there. I mean, of course, we had to make some amount of bargaining in order to have that college, that damn campus built for the Queen. But always happy to oblige, of course.
Of course. Oh, of course. Yes, Mother. I'll keep an eye out, and if anything seems untoward, I'll talk to somebody. You can count on me. I will make sure everything is done right.
Don't strain yourself, dear. But yes, things are looking rather tenuous. some concessions are going to need to be made soon, and we are going to have to figure out what land is, how land is meant to be used.
Mm.
There is the question I have about your bonded.
Oh, Fen?
Yes, the refugee.
Oh. I mean, I really don't think of him that way anymore. He's he's almost one of the Sovereign's finest, just like I am. Well,
I wouldn't have chosen for you. You know that.
I do, but it's not the sort of thing we get to choose, unfortunately. I mean, Fen's good. I would have chosen him, knowing him the way I do now. Perhaps not then. Anyway, he's come a long way. He's no longer covered in swamp mud, for starters.
Well, just try to be discreet. In times like these, it's a big burden on me for my daughter to be seen consorting with fundamentalists.
Oh. Well, I can see how that would be, except Fen is definitely not a fundamentalist.
Oh yes, I know. I know. He says yes.
She sort of deflates. Yes, Mother. I'll be careful.
Right. Well, just use your best judgment, and if you can make sure to keep an eye on the situation there, and if you can find, just be ready that we might lead eyes on the ground when it comes to this Jarzoni situation.
Of course, you can count on me, Mother.
So you say, and she says, well, I assume you have some place to be.
I should go. Yes.
And the unseen to Sarah, this a person that we don't even see, but we see that what is your mother's name again? Hester?
I'm sorry?
What's your mother's name again?
Yes, Hester. Mm-hmm.
She moves towards the shadows of a hedge, and she said, now I assume that you, with your arcana, you were able to hear that. Yes. Good. Keep an eye on her. I don't need the shame. Yes, my lady. And Hester walks into the shadows of the hedge, and we are back into our present day. You move towards the Kernish camp. You see a bunch of tents, some very busted up wagons, some very few chickens, a couple of pigs, maybe a goat or two around here, a horse, and sort of sprawled out amongst these people. So you see that there are folks who are, you see sort of, there's a bit of a parallel between them and the Jarzoni, as you see people coming in and getting ready for the evening, though it's a little bit more of a mixed group here. And you also see that it's not just families sticking together. You see that it's a patchwork of, it's a lot of night people, Fatah Shah, and humans who are coming together, sort of communally, like helping the kids out, getting them bathed and washed. You see that a fire is being built and tended to, and you see that food is being brought to this center fire, this bonfire. And you see sort of sitting there, and people are kind of coming into attendance. You see that there is this blind Vata Shah, who you recognize as Venerable Surin.
How are they reacting to us walking up here?
There's a little bit of, they definitely notice you, and they're a little bit curious, but they're very, there's far less apprehension and distance than the Jarzoni.
So in other words, they just seem like good people.
Yeah, I mean that's a very perilous argument, because they have no real choice. They live in a very open air environment, and I think at this point they're used to just people coming and going as they please. They have no choice.
To Sarah, I feel like, and Fen as well, I feel like nobody here's behind this. I find it hard to believe. They're such warm and loving to each other, and I'd be shocked if they were behind it.
Well, that's certainly true. They do seem to be outwardly welcoming. It's worth noting, however, that if there is a place in Aldea where that has the highest concentration of those with the knowledge of how to summon dark fiends, Cairn is certainly that place.
Yeah. And I've heard spies can sometimes travel in these groups as well.
Right. And that's the fear, I think. I have every faith that these people who are legitimately refugees simply want what everyone else wants, to be left alone to live and prosper. But it would likely be altogether too easy to insert someone with more nefarious intentions.
Yeah. And they could be trying to get rid of a threat to them. And the Jarzoni definitely could be a threat to them.
Well, hopefully we can keep it from getting to that point. Ideally, we'll figure out who's responsible for this.
Yeah.
We should probably speak with the blacksmith.
Yeah. Is there someone who stands out in particular that is the blacksmith? Maybe wearing an apron or something, or
you see that there is a tent. Actually, it's probably around. That there's a tent where there are a bunch of tools being laid out, and you see that there's like a very makeshift, not as nice as the forge that the Vinats have made, a very makeshift kind of forge out of found stone, and that you see that there is a human man. I'm sorry. Apologies. A human woman, and their Vata Shah son, who is maybe similar to the age, maybe a little bit older than the Vinats kid, and they are working on like very small like cups and very small tools. You see that a lot of this is kind of like laid out. You see sort of like bins filled with like bric-a-brac and like found objects, and that they're maybe even like taking some of the more like unrepairable things and trying to like turn those into raw material to fix and to sort of tinker with other things. It's really they're more of tinkers more than anything.
Right.
So there's not like any sheets of tin or anything that they would craft out of necessarily.
Not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily. You would have to do some digging in their supply, but you don't
That's
see
easy.
that. Yeah, I mean, you've done it before. You don't, but you don't see it right away.
Okay.
Let's stop in and speak with Venerable Surin first.
Okay.
As you approach, you hear Venerable Surin say, "Visitors to our camp. Welcome, please sit down. We're about to have a meal."
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Question for you.
Answer.
As I stride into this freaking camp, are there any looks at Fen?
Nope.
Interesting. Is there an obvious aversion to looks? Like, are they actively trying not to make faces?
I think people are very busy trying to get food. They're very busy with what they're doing, and they don't regard you any differently. I mean, I think that there's like a little bit of like they notice you and they're like, "Oh, okay," but then they're just like, "All right." There's no particular version or anything to you.
Okay. Fen is aware, like etiquette and poise and intelligence is like that's where he's put most of his learning. Is aware that typically people like him are not well looked upon in Kern and usually murdered. But people like the venerable what's his name here? The venerable Surin. They are usually taken and like brought before the kingdom, and trained in that capacity.
For our audience to understand, so the Vata'an, as Fen is, are sort of the last remnants of this magical race that were extinguished by, exterminated by these sorcerer kings way back in the day. They had innate magical powers. They're sort of elf-like, but have their own differences. They're very pale, almost albino, white hair, and all this kind of stuff. Those Vata'an that were not killed outright were because of their innate magical abilities that the sorcerers craved so much. They were experimented on and corrupted to one of the worst forms of sorcery is the creation of flesh. And they created they created two races, not just from the Vata'an, but they created from the Vata'an, they created the Vatasha, which are sort of Vata'an, but they sort of look like our idea of like what a drow might be. No, like not really like the pointy ears or anything like that, but black or dark of skin, white hair, and they were made, and also the night people, which kind of have looks similar to what we might think of an orc, with gray skin, sort of brutal features, blunt features. These were both made to be subservient people to the sorcerers, but they were found to just be people, and they had their own desires, their own wishes, their own consciousness and morality, and they were not able to be controlled by these sorcerer kings the way they thought they could be, and they ultimately rose up and actually were some of the fiercest fighters against the sorcerers. But unfortunately, because of their connection to corruption and sorcery, there is some, and because they were ultimately, even though they were used as soldiers in these wars, they have this prejudice towards them sometimes. But in all this, people understand that that's not who they are, and but the Vata'an would be killed in Kern,
just like a Vatasha would be killed in Jarzan.
Correct.
Yeah. But so that was one reason why he's looking at people, to make sure they're not looking at him, because these are also refugees from Kern,
Right.
but there are still old prejudices, right?
Yeah, and they could be, and there's always
that.
that fear that amongst every group of refugees, there's one person that actually is just an infiltrator, right?
Right.
So you never, there's always that fear.
And then the other thing that stuck out to him was that typically in Kerner society, which I mean he would have some knowledge about because you don't want to get killed as a Pata'an, is that Bata Shah get taken before the kingdom and usually put in service to the Lich King, essentially. To see a older Bata Shah here as a refugee is rare, I would imagine. You're normally like taken as a kid and brought before the kingdom, at least to Fenn's understanding. So to see him have escaped service to the king and be leading these people is I would assume to be
here's the thing for you, Fen, even more so than the Jarzoni, because yes, they are refugees, but there is something about these Kurnish that there is a recognition of a survivor that you might just inherently feel simpatico with.
Okay, cool. I like that.
But yes, Sorin, who is blind, he greets you with, and he looks like he is not blind but blinded. Greets you and says, "Welcome, please sit. We do not have much, but what we have is delicious."
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
I appreciate your hospitality.
Of course. We appreciate your hospitality.
I forgot what we were going to ask.
I
guess we're sitting with a bunch of people. I probably wouldn't bring up the business. I wouldn't get straight to the point. I would probably make small talk.
Right.
So I would probably say, so how has everything been? I hope you have found it quite joyous here and peaceful.
Joyous is, we have found some joy in this. We find joy in the peace, I suppose. Yes, it has been peaceful, though, of course. Events of late have put many of us on edge.
Yes, I mean that is why we're around here, and we have put some patrols out.
What is it that you were speaking of specifically, Venerable Sorin?
Oh, of the troubles?
Yes.
This is a very small village. Of course, we have heard of the appearance of dark fiends in our presence.
Absolutely.
Some here have witnessed such horrors, sadly, and thought that they were very far behind us.
Oh, they witnessed them here?
No. Very few, of course. It's not like they are wandering around the Kurnish mountainsides, but yes, some here have, if not know somebody who has experienced the work of dark fiends. We are all too familiar with them as a threat, either by reputation or by experience.
How does one of those things just appear? I mean, I don't know anything about this
sorcery.
Exactly. I didn't want to say it.
Sorcery or the machinations of the exarchs, corruption, even sometimes the slightest hint of corruption can be a door for such a thing.
It's something that's very deliberate, correct?
Sometimes, if there is a place of power that they are connected to, a shadow gate or the like, and enough power is given to these things, they will find their way here.
There are some places where, just as in nature, if you have a stream that has been poisoned, there are places where the poison will collect and intensify, strengthen. Shadow does the same thing. And in those places, sometimes the corruption can become strong enough to allow dark fiends to find their way out of Shadow and into our world.
Yes.
Sorin, if I may be so bold, are there, other than yourself, of course, are there sorcerers in your camp that would aid the school?
Um. He is almost. There's almost a look of as if he has tasted something bad, and he says, "You are students, I assume. You must know that we have been on a far and hard journey to escape such things, and I will be honest with all of you, if I thought that one of my own was in any danger of, and I know how sorcery is treated in Aldous just as much as it is treated anywhere else, as a danger, rightfully so. But I would not give up such a person to you."
I apologize. I'm not asking that they perform any kind of sorcery, any kind of arcane art. Simply the knowledge therein could be beneficial to the school. You and I both know that you are far more versed in this than people from Aldous.
We're investigating the source of that Dark Fiend's appearance. And we could benefit from anyone among your folk who may simply know more than we do. Obviously, we would make no requirements of such. But if there is anyone who can lend a hand and is willing to, we would certainly welcome the assistance.
Most tomes we have access to here speak of the Dark Fiends as not quite myth, but a rarity, something to learn about, something to have been studied, and not the more practical. However, your people, as you have said, have had encounters or have known people. This information could assist in further combat, removal.
I will tell you that what I know of such things is that sorcery is just Arcana's shadow. And that is why it is important that we teach and nurture and not fear Arcana, because it is then that it turns into sorcery. An unhealthy relationship with such a thing, sorcery done in darkness is, Arcana done in darkness is going to invite the shadow.
Yes. Well said.
But I have not asked much about the past of the people who walked with me. We put that far behind us. I will let my people know that if they have any information, that there are those who are interested in hearing. I have also heard it said that your queen has made some experiments into these things to understand the enemy, as it were.
Queen Jalen is firmly of the belief that in order to effectively fight a thing, you must know a thing.
I cannot say that I entirely disagree with her, but I will say that it is always the powerful who lose a sense of what is enough, who invite such evils. It is the ignorant and the grasping who invite sorcery into their lives.
Understand everything is to forgive everything.
The real reason I came, though, is I would love to invite you guys to the Scholars Dance.
Yes. This is a celebration of one of your gods of light, yes.
Well, yeah, but really we just think it's a good opportunity to get to know everyone in the community and, spread some positivity in some negative times.
Aldens are always so intent on having a good time to try to heal the bad, though I sometimes wonder if it is a way to forget the bad.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could go for that. I don't mind forgetting the bad every once in a while. And I mean, one night...
Some of us do not have the luxury of forgetting.
Well, that's why you went away, I thought. You just said you were trying to escape it, and...
You escape it, but it can never escape you. It lives inside of you every day. Leaving people behind, making sacrifices. Some of us had to make many hard choices. And you think for a second, Fen, that his blind eyes are staring at you for a second, but maybe it's a coincidence. You're just not sure. But he just says, you leave a lot. You leave a lot behind to move quickly and to not have to look back.
It would mean a lot if you came.
I understand. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't mean to put a damper on your mood. I know that you are close to your accomplishing your what it is you came here to find. My people might be interested. I sense this is important to the college and to the people of this community.
Just like you extended your hospitality to us tonight, this is us extending our hospitality to you as guests.
There's a wily look upon his face for a second as he says, we might be able to join in your celebrations if we felt it of course is hard to leave behind these trappings. There's a lot of people here who do not feel that we are of course safe, that we do not entirely feel secure. We could use some help with something, and that might make us feel a little bit more secure and in a convivial mood.
I just kind of look over at Tessera, making eye contact for a second.
We are the proverbial all ears.
I imagine her ears like kind of perked up as she's...
Pretty much, yeah, flicks the little flick of one ear.
We would like land. In order to, of course, we have a nice little humble spot here that we, and as refugees come, we're able to welcome them here, but we need an assurance of land and help building homes, good homes.
So how much land would you need, and what do you mean you need help building good homes? Do you not have skilled laborers who can do that, or do you need that provided by us?
Many here did not have the opportunity to work with wood, and most homes we did not build, but we were placed in like cells. Many here lived amongst caverns, caves, stone dwellings.
Tessera sends a private psychic message to Aster and says, a great many of the skilled craftsfolk in Kern are kept under more strident imprisonment. They would almost never be able to get away. Most of the folk here were probably either too old or too sick, or simply manual laborers with no real appreciable skills.
I kind of acknowledge. I just look at Tessera, letting her know I acknowledge that.
We can't speak officially, of course, but at least for myself personally, I would very much like to help you, you and your people, settle in. Everyone deserves the solidity of a good foundation beneath them, and that is the home, if it is nothing else.
Real quick, the Jarzoni live here though, right?
They got here first, and they were able to claim some land, and also agreed to clear it. They cleared a lot of it themselves, and had the skills in order to build. They had that sort of Puritan work ethic, that has allowed them to do that.
What skills do you say? So the Jarzoni are craftsmen, is what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, they have all kinds of skills, but yeah, they have that sort of Puritan work ethic.
Now the Kurnish, what are their skill sets other than having, magic?
Unfortunately, it's kind of like what Joseph just said. Day labor. A lot of them were just day laborers, enslaved. They might be good servants. There's not a lot that grows in Kern, but what did, maybe some of them picked. A lot of just moving heavy things. I mean, they're in some ways, if you believe in the dichotomy of skilled and unskilled labor, which is again a perilous thing, but in some ways the Jarzoni sort of live in a society in which they all are able to learn a skill, and a lot of these refugees from Kern just haven't.
Right.
So it's almost like middle class and lower class.
Well, the reality is that like the Jarzoni are very agricultural. So like most Jarzoni grow up with like farm knowledge, right? Like they can all get together and raise a barn and
like the Amish,
prepare fields. Honestly, in a lot of ways, yeah.
Okay.
Whereas in Kern, a lot of the population actually lives in literal work camps and are effectively enslaved by the Lich King.
Gotcha.
And so they haven't a lot of day-to-day, we have the freedom to choose type of skills, and haven't for generations.
So why would the Jarzoni come to Aldous again?
Sorry,
I know I'm asking a lot of questions.
No,
it's been a while
these are interesting questions. These Jarzoni would come to Aldous because their particular sect is not entirely patriarchal. Most Jarzoni believe they believe that Leonoth, if not is the only god, is definitely the preeminent god, and like he has his consort Morena, who is like fine, but you don't really worship her. She's just there, and she represents what a good subservient wife is supposed to be. These Jarzoni that are with you, these Twixt Candles Jarzoni, believe in the equality of the sexes. That's why there is a priestess as opposed to just a priest.
Yeah.
They hold equal reverence for both.
And that's not common.
Leonoth and Morena. No, that would not be common.
Yeah, it's pretty unheard of. Yeah.
Man, these two groups of people definitely have some things sort of in common. Like,
yeah, right.
If only we could get them to see that.
You would also notice that the Kurnish seem to be much more comfortable with communal living, and have less of a sense of what is of property and property, because they had no property.
Gotcha.
So they were property. So everything is shared here. Everything is. It's very democratic. Very very. There's no unilateral. It's not vertical. It's
Does
horizontal.
it seem like typical like gender roles among the Kern?
They haven't had no, I don't think they worry about that, because
whereas like the Jarzoni, it was expressed that like the women were tending to the family.
The Kurnish, unfortunately, these Kurnish especially are enslaved, and so their only worth in terms of gender is what their bodies can handle in terms of work.
Gotcha. Okay.
And maybe that meant that the women were seen, amongst the Kurnish, were seen as, had certain properties in terms of breeding and stuff like that. But amongst the Kurnish themselves, no, they don't hold those same ideals. They're really just trying to find their way.
Right. Now, say they had land and houses, they would probably have to pay taxes here. Right.
Yeah. And you'd have to find land for them. You would have to clear land, and it's already and to where do you put them next to the Jarzoni? Do you?
No.
Yeah, it's like right now they literally are like at the bottom of the Jarzoni. Like, do you build places for them in the village? Do you
I
keep
mean,
them
I
all
would think
together?
somewhere off of Stallion Blight in the southwest, if possible.
Right. I mean, like, do
Yeah.
you keep them here? Do you build a whole other place for them? Like, that's the question, right? And then, like, what resources are they using? And also, as Joseph's character knows, that a lot of the Raiden are very concerned, especially with the Pavan Wield, about like further expansion into the wilder lands, like into these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a lot to consider.
Okay.
There's land. It's
Yeah.
just a matter of like who's
Clearing
whose
out the
land
woods
is it?
and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, whose land?
Right.
You can build. There's places to build in the village still.
Right.
What do they need farms? How much land is going to be needed for a farm?
Right.
What are they going to do with that land? So it's a big question.
And it doesn't happen overnight.
No.
Yeah.
And like
Okay.
they said, they would also need some help in terms of building because they've never had to build a home for themselves. They don't know how to build homes.
Right.
A lot of them don't.
Whereas the other settlement that's literally just above them, they know
how to build a home and very quickly.
Yeah,
and
and
very
they're looking
efficiently.
for work. I don't know. And business.
All things to think about.
Yep.
Yep.
The wheels are spinning, that's all. Okay. Yeah, like Sarah says, I mean, we can't really offer that from our positions, but we could probably look into something along those lines and see what we could do.
We can certainly at least put it in front of the people who can make those decisions, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah. And we would certainly like to see it happen for you.
Agreed.
He says, well, when we hear from you and either the sovereign or the people of this town can do for us, then we would love to consider reveling with you. Is there anything else that we can do to help?
I would like to add an additional note to that, and then I do have something else that I need to ask. So far, both your people, and the Twist Candle Jazoni seem to believe that you need to be assured of your place here before you will come and socialize. I would caution you, while your safety is of course very important, and should be the foremost thing on your at your attention, I would caution you to remember that having safety and then becoming part of the community is, in all honesty, the reverse of the way it usually works. Usually you have to be willing to take a risk and to become part of the community, and that's how safety is ensured. Right now, you're strangers. Once people see you as neighbors, and they will see you as neighbors because they stood next to you at the banquet table and shared opinions about the fruit salad. They will see you as neighbors because they invited your daughters and sons to dance and had a thrilling evening. They will see you as neighbors because you showed up with fiddles or with tin whistles and contributed to the night's music. That is how they see you as neighbors, and it is neighbors who protect one another.
We look forward to being neighbors, and we of course have done what we can to be part of this community. It is hard to have a place in this community when there is not much that you can call your own.
Of course.
For example, Esquella over there is probably one of the closest thing we have to a craftswoman amongst us, and she, but she cannot do much with the material she has. She makes do with what she has, as we all have, and it's hard to make a life and to and to feel rooted in any place when you have no roots to put in. There's a lot to be done on both ends. We are trying our best.
Of course. And please don't take me as diminishing either what you've been through or what you're attempting to do. I merely wish to say, perhaps you should decide to see if any of your folk are interested in showing up, regardless of whether or not we're able to get that information in front of who it needs to be put before the scholars dance. Show up. Let us make introductions there. This is something that a great many of the Sovereign's finest who are here will be at. If there is any place that will be safe from threats internal or external, it is that. We take a great deal of pride in ensuring such. And we would like nothing more than to see those of you who are interested, simply interested in a night of revelry, show up and
it shows that you want to be
yourself.
part of the community and could go a long way towards your own goals and aspirations around here.
Well, I certainly hear you. Go ahead and make a Joseph. Go ahead and make a communications roll.
Okay.
If you have, I know you don't have any focuses, but if you think you have a focus that works here, go ahead.
I do not. My total is a 18, however.
Nice.
What in the world, Joseph?
Jesus.
4, 5, 6.
Where did you get your dice?
He says, he says, you are extremely wise, and please do not mistake my trying to do the best I can for these people as ungratefulness or any lack of interest in being part of this community.
We would never take it as such.
But they have heard what you have to say to me, and those who haven't, I'm sure they will. I will make sure they hear your words. They know that they are invited to your festival, your feast at any point. Though I cannot. We wish that we could provide something to be there, but we will do our best.
There is no need. There is no need to do so. The college is providing for this feast. What you wish to bring would be welcomed, but above all, we would like to see yourselves there.
Awesome.
Aaron. Oh, God,
Yeah.
sorry. So we've been here for a while, right? At this location. Point
Yeah,
Place.
you've been eating. So what they've got in terms of food, they have some very it's a lot of foraged stuff that they found in the area. There is like a something that they've been able to make, which seems to be unique to what's that you never really had before. Is that they have with them? They have made these sort of flatbreads, and that seems to be the base for a lot of stuff they've got going on here. But yeah, they've got these flatbreads that they are. You can tell that are kind of made with whatever's on hand. So sometimes some of them they might have a base of like some kind of starch that they have. So they might. So some of them have a base of like potato, and some of them have a base of egg. Some of them have a base of maybe some kind of grain that they found. So they all have different kind of like structures, but anything that can kind of like conceivably make some kind of flat pancake-ish kind of thing. And it's usually used, and then you kind of put whatever they've got and you put that in there, and they're kind of serving that along with it. That's what you've been kind of eating at and picking at as you've been here.
But we've also been in Point Cruz for quite a bit of time, right?
Yes, you've been here for a few months.
How does the local leadership work here?
So usually in towns in Aldous, There is usually, if it is not a direct democracy, which is easy to achieve. So in this place in particular, it would be a direct democracy because it's very easy to achieve. It's a hamlet. There's a small amount of people. There usually is some kind of town leadership, and of course, if the town cannot come to some kind of consensus, either with elders or a voted on council, usually it's a council if it's not like a direct democracy. If they cannot come to answers, then they turn towards the nobles, which would be Sheneth, and then they would just wait for those nobles to come. So,
and is there some kind of democratic council established here already?
Basically, it's just a matter of calling a town meeting.
Okay, and Point Cruz as a whole is the town.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, interesting. So there is no actual formal leadership outside of Sheneth. Okay.
Yeah, and Sheneth again is not like an administrator. Sheneth is the role of the nobility in Aldous is normally at the whim of the people that they serve. Is like, how do we get you what you need?
Yeah,
and it's when a community decides, and asks that they need this. The most that the nobles do administratively is like collect tax, or if they are called in to be like a judge or jury for a legal case, they have some precedent there. I'm sure that they speak with the voice of the queen if like something is needed in terms of like, we need you to all do this, and they'll try to get the community on their side. But it's usually they serve at the pleasure of the people that they are there to help.
right. And so in Soren's, if you can bring this to whoever's in charge, that would be who is technically the most in charge, I guess, right now.
Basically, he just needs any kind of assurance that his people are going to have land and that they are assured like homes.
Right.
He just needs to figure out like homes for his people.
But the only person who has the ability to do that right now would be,
or the town. If the town can come to a consensus, they have their plot of land that they are allowed, like, however that's determined.
Sure.
If they can agree that we're going to give them this plot of land and we'll help them build, then that's good enough for him. But it could also come from on high. You could, circumvent them somehow. It would be unpopular and not normally done, but you could do it.
Got it.
Yeah, particularly when like local opinion comes up against the kind of stated ideals of the sovereignty.
Yeah.
When like locals, don't want these people, we don't want them kind living here, which is expressly counter to.
So then the next step would be to interface with the locals and hopefully get them to change their mind. And if you can't, then some kind of compromise. And if you can't, well, maybe we can find you. The last case scenario would be to force these people to accept this. They already have obviously as refugees, but
right.
How has the local population reacted to both of these groups here?
The Jarzoni are obviously more established, and the Jarzoni kind of like set themselves down and were ready to like make almost. And I definitely feel separate, but they are also much more established and have skills that can be used by the community if need be. The Kurnish are serving are a little bit more reliant upon the local community for like charity and things like that.
And this is a big charity case that they want.
Right. So the town is okay with them being there and they're happy to help. But they are a bit of a tax on resources. They don't have as many, there's not much that they, at this point, it's been hard to find, unless, like the people were able to bring them on to like teach them certain skills.
I was already
and they have been used as like just labor sometimes, but it's hard right now to like to integrate them. But there's also and as open and as progressive as Aldous is, there is always that fear that there's probably like the Jarzoni are like they have their inconvenient way of life that does not mesh with Aldous entirely. The problem with the Kurnish is that that ever-present fear of sorcery and corruption and the Lich King and oh God, what if, God forbid, gods forbid, but like maybe one of them could be not have our best interests at heart. But that's a secret thought that many Aldens have to contend with, because usually the idea is that you welcome the refugee, you welcome the stranger.
Fen kind of leans towards Surin and says, "Sir, I don't want to overstay my welcome. We understand what you're looking for. Obviously, we have invited you to our dance, and we will bring your requests before the leadership of Point Cruz. However, a request such as this would be greater eased by any assistance you could offer. As students here and as candidates for Sovereign's Finest, it has fallen, unfortunately, on our shoulders to come to the bottom of this sorceress issue. That creature we fought, it ate its way through a farm, and at the rate it consumed, it could have depleted all of the food stocks for this town. It could have grown beyond the food stocks and moved towards the townsfolk itself. While that one was dealt with, we have no way of knowing if there could be another, or how many there are, or if someone is actively making this happen. Now, I'm not laying any accusations anywhere, but any assistance you could provide towards that end would look incredibly favorable towards the town of Point Cruz. Any lead or direction or advice you might have would garner aid towards your cause.
I know nobody amongst my number who has any. I know nobody amongst my number who is a practitioner of sorcery.
And if you hear or sense anything of the kind, would you be so willing to seek us out?
If I thought I could do anything to keep my people safe, I would do it.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Sounds like we're in this together then.
Of course.
What is the name of the Kernish tinker?
Oh, Escella and her lad. Lad's name is Korith, Korith.
We found something at the site where we believe the summoning occurred. And we could use the expertise of Escella. Do you have any objection to us speaking to her about it?
She is her own person, and she will receive people as she wishes.
Tessera clearly is made very happy by that response.
You don't need to escort us over there, do you?
I wouldn't. I would have a hard time finding the way. No, I'm just kidding. No. I don't see why I would need use of that.
I appreciate that. I look over to Sarah.
Thank you so much, Venerable Sorin. All right. So I guess we will take our leave and pop over to wherever it is that Escella is seated. I imagine it's night now, so she's probably wrapped up her work for the day and is probably eating something with other people.
Yeah, you actually see that as you've had this conversation, I'm sure you've all been like eyeing her very, very intently. You notice that her son, Korith, is almost like putting a plate of food in her hand. She's working, very, and she's kind of eating by the light of her forge fire. She's
How old is Korith, by the way?
He's maybe just a little bit older than the Vinath kid. He's like maybe 14, 15.
Okay.
It's hard to tell. He's a little malnourished. Though, strong lad, strong arms, a little bit, but lithe.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said he was Vata, right?
Vata Shah.
He's Vata Shah. Okay.
Yeah.
And the mother, Escella, I'm assuming her hands look worn and maybe like a worker's hands.
Yeah, she's very she's very worn.
Okay. I would assume we'd all approach a little. At least I would probably be more casual in this approach, knowing that everyone here seems more relaxed in general, and I don't want to seem like we're coming up to bombard her or anything. And as we approach, I would probably I would already pull out the relic and ask her if she's seen anything like this.
She looks at it. She says, no, I can make it for you if you wish. It looks like it's broken. Do you want me to fix it?
No, we're just looking into some things, and we found this over by the grotto. Somebody else.
I'm keeping an eye on Korith as we have this conversation.
Okay, you can make an empathy check. Like,
keep those dice rolls going. 18. No.
I don't think I'm quite as perceptive. Oh, yes, I am, actually. Perception and communication are my two high ones. And I have empathy, so that's +5. So that is a 17.
As soon as, he seemed to be curious about what you guys had brought and what's going on. And as soon as you bring this out, he kind of goes off to find something to do. Like he's just trying to. At first, he was interested, and now he's trying to
suspiciously
wanders off. I would say, yeah. Tessera. It's a noted. He is a performative. Oh, I'm not interested. Look over there, a nail.
I think I would like to sort of, take a couple of steps outside of the circle of firelight, and follow him surreptitiously, I think.
While he does that, I will try to keep the mother's attention on me and ask her if she's all about the stuff in the day.
Fen puts on his best "I'm listening actively" face, and instead reaches out to Sarah and says, just simply, "I'm here as well."
I'm going to see if he's going somewhere, and if he's not, I may have a private conversation with him.
He might just go. There's not much to do around here, but if you would like a place to be private with him, he can go around the tent. He takes a box of just junk, and he takes it and his plate of food, and he takes it to go around the tent.
Gotcha.
Would you like to sneak up on him, or are you?
I think I'm just going to from the shadows, I'm probably going to say something psychically.
Where are you going, kid? No.
Yeah.
And just say, please excuse the interruption, but we didn't get to ask about your expertise in this, Korith. and then she will step out into view, and then just sort of sit there, very primly.
So you all see as Tessera goes behind, and he looks at you. I have nothing to add. Again, would be glad to fix whatever you need. My mom could use the work. So.
Of course, we will certainly. We would like to help her get whatever work we can. Although it does seem, if you don't mind my saying so, that you're a little more familiar with that piece than your mother was.
I don't know what you mean.
I do have quite a few questions about it, and someone who was able to assist me in that regard would certainly potentially earn something of a reward for it, as well as the understanding that things can be strange in new lands, and it can be difficult to tell. It can be difficult to tell when things are more troublesome than not.
What kind of reward? What kind of reward are you offering?
Well, certainly coin.
How much coin?
Well, it would really depend on the nature of the nature of the information, wouldn't it?
I think that belongs to a Jarzoni boy.
Which Jarzoni boy?
I don't know. I saw him around. I don't know their names. They don't.
Does he seem to be truthful?
Does he seem to be what?
Truthful.
Truthful.
I think he means this boy.
Yeah. Does Korith? Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, is he trying to lay out a line on me, or
I think with your really good empathy check earlier, he is being evasive. It's obvious that this whole time he's being as evasive as possible.
Gotcha. Now, Korith, you do know that I'm speaking directly into your mind, don't you?
Yeah, it's been a while since I felt that.
What are your gifts?
Fixing utensils, bending metal, polishing silver. The one or two times I've had it in my hands.
Well, I would like to try and put some more silver into your hands, but Korith, I can only do that if I know the full truth. And it's pretty clear that there's plenty that you're not saying, which I would never try and force from you. She actually stands up and looks like she's about to wander off. But so far, it belongs to some nameless, faceless Jarzoni boy. You must understand how little good that actually does me.
I don't know. They live in the big house. They're the wealthy Jarzoni, the ones who built the shrine. The Bazistas, I think their names are.
The Bazistas.
Yeah, I don't know. They've got a bunch of boys up there. I don't know which one it is. I don't know their names. I just know.
You saw them with this? How do you know it belongs to them?
I don't know. You notice, I saw them around, and you're in my line of work. You notice tin and things like that. Maybe the Vine Ass made it for him. I don't know. He continues to be evasive.
Yeah. So yeah, she goes ahead and she's not going to press any further. And say, well, thank you. I'll obviously I don't carry coin with me. As she like raises a paw to show she has no thumbs. But I'll see what Fen has on him.
All right. You could just give it to my mother.
I'll do that. And if she asks why I'm giving you coin, should I?
I don't know. Aldeans come here all the time to give charity. Just
Oh no,
your own voice, right?
I would never dream of cloaking it as charity. You've done good, useful work. I think your mother would be proud of you for telling me what you know.
She would prefer if I just kept my business. You don't have to worry. She'll accept anything. Honestly, give her something to polish or something.
Oh no, that won't be necessary at all. As I said, we're going to try and see that there's enough prosperity for everyone. But this is the current task to which we're obligated.
Sure.
And with that, I head back to the fire, and I mentally speak to both Fen and Aster, and I'm like, Junior knows something.
Oh.
It wouldn't be seemly of me to press him, especially when we've just shown up and introduced ourselves. But I'm fairly certain that he does know something.
How'd you get it out of him? Or figure that out?
Well, I forthright asked him, and unfortunately, he's not a very good liar. Or fortunately, he's not a very good liar.
You said lying.
Well, evasive. He definitely knows more than he's saying.
Either he's behind it or one of his friends here is behind it.
He is a child.
He did seem as though he didn't want me to mention to his mother why I was giving a small coin reward. Oh, Fen, by the way, I hope you brought your purse with you. I suspect if there's anyone who would actually be able to get it out of him, it's probably his mother.
What should we ask her?
Why don't I describe what just happened? So I go up to her.
Yeah, get back in here. Get in the tent.
Yeah. So she, pops back over next to the fire where Estella is.
And she's speaking. She says, "It's not just forks either. I can do spoons and knives. I've also this.
Yeah, but we were just asking about if you knew anything about this thing that was crafted. I don't need to know about the forks and knives. I mean, I
could fix it.
You seem skilled.
It looks like it's one of those Jalzoni things. Yeah, I could.
Yeah, but it's made.
Does
the craftsmanship doesn't look Jarzoni though.
Estella, is there any way that you would be willing to? Well, I promised Korith that I would arrange for him to get some small coin in exchange for some information. He fairly clearly had an idea about the origins of the piece. The piece that Aster just showed you. And when I asked him about it, he was a little evasive, and which we're strangers. It's perfectly understandable. And I don't know if the boy, I don't know if the boy exactly is just shy or if there's more to it. But finding out where this came from, who this belongs to, would go a long way towards us helping to ensure everyone's safety. And I didn't lie about the reward. If we can get solid information about it, I would be happy. I would be happy to oversee a significant reward.
Yeah, we might even be able to find you some work.
Listen, if my boy says he can't help you, he can't help you. I don't know what you want from me.
Nope, I understand that. I simply am asking if you would be willing to have a conversation with him about it. You can do so or not do so, and it will be none of our business either way. Obviously, we have no requirements one way or the other. But if there was help to be had, we would greatly appreciate it and are willing to pay for it. That's all. I leave it to your tender care.
Make anybody here can make another communication roll.
I'll let Joseph do that. He's been doing great. Unless Michael wants to.
Yeah, I mean, with Joe's track record, I'll keep that.
Yeah.
Well, so that's a 5 and 2 1s, but again, fortunately, I have that talent.
That orator.
So I will re-roll that, please. Oh, that's way better. 3, 3, 6, 12, 15. So 15 total.
And you have doubles, right?
I do, yes.
Yeah.
3 stunt points.
So if you would like to use those, go ahead.
I would, yes. Yeah, I would like to use the new friends. The new friends stunt. Specifically with Esquela. She was probably expecting us to show up and throw our authority around and, demand that she make her kid tell us what they know. But Tessera is very focused on, no, we're simply looking for assistance. You can engage with that to whatever extent you think is necessary, needful, and useful, and we will be happy with that.
So she feels that you care, and that she feels that she's kind of made a connection, that you seem to show care towards her and her son and the whole situation. And she kind of reaches out to you a little bit with her mind, and she says, I'm actually a bit worried about him. She says, he's been acting strange lately. Angry, honestly.
What's changed?
I mean,
for him?
I guess like many young men, he is finding his voice and his anger in the process, but I ask him about things and he seems to be distant, and when I do, or I take any sort of interest, he throws anger at me like I've done something, but I swear to you, nothing. I've done nothing. He just seems so far away sometimes.
Oh, Esquela, you must know, you are probably one of the few people in the world that it is safe for him to express his anger at. He knows that you will always love him, no matter what. And you're right, he's a boy, and I'm sure he's had a very difficult life until now, and he probably has a lot to be angry about. I hope that you won't take his anger to heart. Although you're right, there is probably something else going on. How can we help?
I don't know. He's been so angry, and I do think that he might have been out last night. But and he tried to sneak back into the tent, but
which direction did he leave the camp from?
I don't know, but he left, certainly.
Well, Tessera looks around and then sends a message to both Fen and
I
Esther.
don't want him to get in any trouble.
No, of course not. We don't want that either. And in fact, if there's anything untoward that has occurred, he is a victim as much as anyone, rather than a perpetrator.
There's no way that he could be involved in
Precisely. We believe the same thing.
I've never even seen him show a gift of any kind. I mean, beyond, obviously, and I know that he is Vata, and I'm sure that he will show some things soon, but...
Perhaps we should look for... perhaps we should look for tracks, the way he left. I say to Aster and Fen.
I will say, he has been doing some work, and I thought it was strange, and I didn't know why they would ask, but apparently he was being paid some money to work for those Jarzoni, those Bazistas. So I haven't had I cannot say that I've had my eye on him every day, but I assure you he has never been up to anything like that.
That's certainly worth investigating. Thank you.
I will talk to him and see what I can find, and I will let you know. I promise. But I assure you, for all this, that my boy is a good boy.
No. And we will do everything that we can to make sure that he is safe. If it's within our power to protect him, we will.
How much of the conversation between you and the young boy did you broadcast to Fen?
Probably while it was going on, not much, but she would have related it afterwards, as she came back to the camp to y'all.
Telepathically?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm able to respond back telepathically when you do that. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would probably my only response would be like, every mother says her child is a good boy. That doesn't mean squat.
Well,
Fen.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, I know.
Fen kind of pipes up and says, the boy said something strange. The mother said he is Vata Shah, but he has never shown any signs of magic. You mentioned that your voice in his head was not the first he'd heard. It had just been a while.
Do you think someone else has shown him how to use his gifts before?
Only people that can use the arcane or Raiden can freely talk.
I feel suspicious of Surin. Is it Surin? The veteran?
Oh, Surin, the leader.
Surin, yeah.
I feel a little suspicious of him, to be honest.
And so I'm going to ask her. Was there someone in the past who would speak to him the way I'm speaking to you now? In the mind voice?
There is a deep sadness that comes over her.
You need not go into details. I would not. I would not delve if it causes pain, but simply whether there has been or not could help us.
His father was of import in Kern. And for some time, he tried to hide us. But it was clear that as time went on, our existence was a liability to his his place and his power. And he attempted to harm him. And that is what caused us to run away. His father had a gift.
And could mind speak.
Yes.
Gods of light. I'm so sorry, Eskilla. The strength that it must have taken for you to rescue your son that way.
I just did what I felt what I needed to do. And I just never stopped.
Well, perhaps we can assist in some way. I have some thoughts. I say, looking to the others, and say, if we need to get in touch with you again, are you opposed to being spoken with by mind voice, even if we're not present?
I do not mind it, no.
All right, thank you. We need to follow him. We need to know where he is going.
Okay. Do you have a way to tell other than tracking? I mean, I can track. I have that skill. Well, no, I don't. That was because I had stunt points earlier. Sorry.
If we're leaving the camp here, is that what you're?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Fen will look towards the mother, whose name escapes me at this moment, Eskilla, and say, "It is your instinct and desire to protect your son that has gotten you this far. Trust in that. We will do our best." And he will.
She grabs your arm as you begin to leave,
Mhm.
and she looks at you and she says, "I will not lose him, and you can be assured that whatever it is you assume is the right thing to do, I will always know what is best for my son."
Once she lets go, there's like a clink on the table, and in his hand was a small pouch of coin that he was leaning over to leave for what Tessera had said earlier. So it's a small bag of whatever's an appropriate number of coin.
Yeah.
And he nods to her in like an I understand kind of way and proceeds to follow Tessera and Astroth.
And you've seen that look before, Fen.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a moment of her not where she's kind of like looking at the coins, and there is a resigned and what's the word I'm looking for? Well, either way, she takes the coins with quickly and just places them and begins to count them, and you see that as you leave. So as we head towards us wrapping up very soon, I would love for you all to set yourself up for our conclusion next month. So if there's something quick you want to get to, if you want to have a scene together, how would you like to spend this last bit of time we have? So we do have some time.
I mean, yeah, I think mostly we want to see about, I'm actually thinking about getting a little distance away, and then maybe getting into the forest nearby, and seeing if he goes leaves the camp again tonight. I'm pretty good at remaining hidden, and I could use my mind voice to tell the others when something was happening.
Yeah, I
It is late, so yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah.
I think the idea was to go. I mean, it is nighttime, like you were saying. I think the idea would be to try and talk to the Bazistas, but also to see where his footprints went. Basically, assuming they either go there or maybe even the grotto.
So yeah, Astaroth would be pretty good at tracking, right? So
Yeah, I have
you could-
searching. Yeah.
and Tessera would be very good at just keeping watch, right? Being a sentinel and being sneaky. What would Fen do in the evening? Maybe you all have different little tasks you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that this doesn't take 3 people to do. And Fen, while clearly skilled in combat, finds himself better at home in a book. He is going to do just that. He is able to contact Tessera at longer distances, but the request for aid from the Jarzoni, the request for aid from the Kerns, the mention of the Bazista estate, and like the farmers and everyone else in the town, he's going back towards the college campus, or somewhere in that vicinity, wherever he knows he can get information on Point Cruz, or whoever he can talk to. He is essentially trying to play the part of diplomat here, and find out what each group wants and how to make that work together.
I mean, it's a little stereotypical, but there's always the inn.
Yeah, that is yeah, I can only imagine Fen in the inn. Yeah, I would imagine that the library doesn't have books on the people that live here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what would happen, is that he would go to the library and find nothing, because obviously, right, and then resign himself to having to talk to people, and he would go to the inn. Yeah.
That is the Clay Pot Inn and Livery. It's number 11 in the center of town.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's do this in this order. Okay. We're going to first we're going to start with Juce, following the tracks. You want to go ahead and make a searching roll?
Yep. Doubles, by the way.
Sweet.
13 without bonuses.
It'll be enough.
13. Okay, cool. It was why can't I do math? 17.
17's great. Tell me what stunts do you want to use?
So this would be exploration.
Yeah, exploration probably. I don't see role playing.
Probably speedy search, for sure, and efficient search.
Cool.
Right, because you can use 2 stunts as long as you use up all your points, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So efficient is resources of any kind are typically consumed in the course of your test. You use only half as much as would be normal. And then speedy search, you complete your test in half the time it would otherwise take.
Sure. So there's not much resources that go into, sneaking around and searching, but, tracking. So it's just mainly you just do a very good job of it and you're very quick about it. You're able to kind of like look around and you see, there's some traffic around town, so sometimes it's hard to tell, but you're lucky to pick up on footprints that might fit the description of the young man, and what you notice is, actually, as you're snooping around, is that you notice that there is a secret sort of flap that the boy has built into the tent so that he can kind of get out quickly.
It's like stitched along the seat, like just right.
Yeah, that he kind of rolls out, because you notice it because there's a pretty there's a lot of worn away part near this one part of the tent, and so you see there's like this little flap where he would probably roll out, and then you sort of lead to Sarah. You point that out to Sarah.
And I point.
Yeah, you say, if he's coming out that way, and you move along, and you try to follow the tracks from there, which gives you a good sense what to look for. And yeah, they head towards the grotto. But you do notice with that, as you're in there, obviously the grotto is very trafficked by the little kids and stuff. So that's where it gets a little bit confusing and a little bit tough.
Yeah.
You do see that sort of towards that little that stair that leads down to Tearcatcher Grotto, sort of between that and the quarry.
Mm-hmm.
You see that there is the markings of what looks like climbing in the earth that goes up to that hill at Bazista Estate. So you see where there's I can use my little pointer actually to do this. You see where this is the staircase, this is the quarry, there's this little path, and then we have a Bazista Estate, and this is like hills and rocks and stuff. You see worn away parts where somebody's climbing that.
Right.
And do the footprints look similar to the boys from before?
Hard to tell.
Okay.
They could be. They are smaller.
Like just smaller than adult size.
Smaller than an adult. Yeah.
Gotcha. Not necessarily smaller than what we saw before.
Yeah, and it's and not that much smaller either, because they are this is a teenager you're dealing with. So
yeah. Interesting.
So yeah.
Well, do the two of you want to wait in town, and I will take up a spot where I can follow him if he leaves the tent? Because I'm pretty sneaky. And then I can keep the two of you appraised with mind voice. If he starts to move.
Is there a spot, the quarry looks like pretty large rocks? Is there maybe a good spot to hang out and be concealed there?
There's the quarry. There's all kinds of shrubbery and bushes.
As I say, even the large thing to the left looks like maybe a tree or something. I would have no problem climbing a tree and sitting on a branch waiting.
Yeah.
Or climbing the tree as soon as Tessera.
We saw you in the last combat. We know.
Yeah. See?
You're talking about this tree next to the quarry?
Yeah, it's just west of it, the bigger one.
Yeah, okay.
And really, if the
but I wouldn't climb it until
11,
Tessera told me he left the tent, obviously.
Yeah, and if the inn is number 11, then Fen is already right there.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't have very far to go.
No.
If Cora got on the move. Cool.
Yeah.
So just to make sure, Astaroth is staying posted by this tree. Yep. Tessera is keeping an eye on Korath,
Yes.
just see what his movements are, and we still have our friend in the our friend Fen in the inn. All right. Fen.
Yes.
You head to the inn eventually.
Yes.
And you are greeted by most of the Aldean townsfolk. They have all kind of congregated here because a lot of events of the day, people feel safety in numbers. You actually see a lot of your cohort are around here, kind of posted up, watching. You've seen them actually. A lot of them are patrolling up and down the little streets, little roads outside, but you see a couple of them here. They're actually doing a good job of not partaking, of just watching and maybe even answering questions. Lots of hubbub going around, and there's actually somebody new, a traveler who just came into town. Seems to be a horse merchant. Brought in a few. Is heading out to maybe buy some horses from the Rizayans to the west. And he's kind of bundled up against the cold and enjoying the warmth. But yeah, this is what you see. You see, and pretty much any townsperson can be made available here, and also just the people who own the place as well.
Sure. So having been here for a few months, how do I phrase that? Like, okay, so in this imaginary council, right? Like the town council, who in this place would be on that? Is there anyone here that would have that amount of familial clout to be on the town council?
So like if they ever decided to make some kind of council as opposed to just voting as a town?
Correct.
That's a good question. I'll have you roll for that.
Okay.
Maybe like an elder or something is kind of what you're thinking, like a village
elder?
I
mean, just to get the most precise understanding of how that would work, maybe intelligence and some kind of lore. Maybe
I will give you a straight up intelligence.
Yeah.
11 with 1 stunt point, so a 1, a 6, a 1, and I have a +3.
Yeah, it's a shaky success, but it's a success nonetheless. If you want to use that towards like, this might be appropriate to use towards a role playing stunt. I'll give you a few names,
okay,
as opposed to giving you the best person for the job. So you've got so let me see real quick here. You've got you got Benjamil, who is the tanner. He's probably one of the oldest people here.
Yep.
You have the actual owner of this establishment. You have the owner of this establishment, whose name is Dre, D-R-E. They are again sort of older on this establishment. There is Atani, who is the blacksmith. He's the blacksmith. There's Daniil the woodwright. And there's also Brescia the healer. She's an old woman who's pretty venerable. Those are some names.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he would speak to the innkeeper, Dre. Everyone that you listed is venerable in their own right, has the wherewithal to lead or to establish some manner of leadership. But the
basically,
innkeeper,
if you look at the map, if you look at the map, anybody who has a name on the key on the legend at the bottom,
yep,
it is somebody that you could look to. But yes, Dre the innkeep is a good choice to start with.
Yeah, I mean, I figure if the innkeep knows things, if someone's gonna know things, it's the innkeep, right? Everyone gets drunk and tells the barman what their thoughts are. I'm going to take the roleplay stunt passionate inspiration, which gives me a +1 bonus to my next action.
Okay,
which is to talk to Dre, as he sidles up to the I assume the bar for some reason, and he kind of leans there and says, "Excuse me, good sir, may I speak to you for a moment?"
Yes. It's good we have getting a lot of students in tonight. I wish it was for better reasons. Actually didn't say sir. It's they them.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay. The best honorific would possibly be, you just say Dre or Innkeep. Or,
Yeah. I wrote that down, but I forgot it as soon as I closed my window.
It's okay.
Yeah. So he would use their name. I wish as well that it were better circumstances, but perhaps we can talk of better circumstances. You have been established here for quite some time, as have many people of Point Cruz. And I know that we have some recent additions here in the Jarzani and the Kerns and the dig site, the explorers up there on the dig site. And while the students here, we don't really have any say of what goes on in the town. And I know that the excavators will be leaving as soon as they find whatever they need to find. It does appear that the Jarzani and Kern are here to stay, for better or worse. And as a candidate for the Sovereign's finest, it does fall to us in times like this to mediate between towns and make sure everything runs as smoothly as it can. And I thought, who better than to speak to than you?
I suppose I'm a good enough place to start as any.
Right.
I've, I can't say I speak for everybody, but happy to hear what you got to say. And I'll try to point you in the right direction.
Well, I'm glad you're open to speaking.
Can I get you a drink?
Please, whatever is your favorite.
My favorite. My favorite will be the most expensive drink. I'm just kidding.
He clinks some coins. A joke.
I'm just kidding. We have a pretty serviceable ale. Glad to help you with that. They pour it. They collect your coin. It's very, very fairly priced. But yes, what do you need? What do you need to tell me?
Well, I understand in towns such as these that some sort of a town vote or a town council of some kind could be held to make decisions for the town. Is that correct? Is my understanding?
Yes, and I'm sure that we'll be needing one of those very soon. As you can see, a pretty informal one is happening right now to discuss the matters at hand.
I have noted that. We at the college are working our best to protect the town from the unfortunate events, as you had mentioned previously. But there's no reason why we can't two birds with one stone, as they say. The Jarzani, we have spoken with them, and they wish to take a more active sales position here in town. And the Kernish, they would like land and homes, but they have not the skill to build homes or the permission, since they are not true landowners here in the town. I see no reason why we can't come up with some kind of diplomatic council and include the leadership from the Kernish camp and the Jarzani camp involved with you and whoever else would be deemed fit to serve on some kind of a council, perhaps. Is that something you?
Well, the Kernish are by all rights those who have those who are able to they say the Jarzoni are all by all rights able to join our councils. They try to stick to themselves, but we have invited them every once in a while. Some join. It is a trickier situation with the Kernish, as establishing citizenship is a little bit trickier with the refugees. But we want to do everything we can to include them here. it's just a matter of them being able to lay their roots down, as it were, which is tricky. And I don't think that they're even sure if they're ready to pack up and go someday. I mean, they're still not that far from Kern.
That is true. We have extended an olive branch, as you had said, towards the feast, the Scholars' Dance, to both the Jarzani and the Kern. We wish to include them and make them feel as though they are welcomed for that they are. Is there any advice you would have towards welcoming these two into this community as members of Point Cruz?
I think the tricky thing is going to be having them both come in at the same time. I could see, I mean, as delightful as understanding and as minding their own business as the Kurnish are, though they might not say it, they are suspicious of the Jarzoni, and the Jarzoni are suspicious of them. And to get them in the same place together and to feel like they speak with the same voice as part of the same community, I'm sure that there's hesitance.
Would you be willing to work with the other elder voices of Point Cruz to reach out to them both and attempt to make them feel welcome? Their skills and trades and unique knowledge could aid the town.
Yes, I mean, we would love to try to. We many times we sit here and we organize ways to give them help and to give them aid. I don't know much more you think that we could do for them.
Would the Kurnish be able to settle land here? Would they have your permission?
Oh, I mean, they've settled here. I mean, they found their way here. I suppose the idea is then, who wants the neighbors? Do we?
That is the question.
If we send them too far out towards the Rosean border, there could be trouble there. Though the Roseans tend to mind their own business, though there's always a fear that we encroach upon their riding lands. If we send them too much towards the Weald, then we have the issue of the Rydan and the other residents of the Weald who want to protect it so fiercely from any sort of human development or civilization. And then there's the option of putting them here, which of course we will have to become much closer and more compact. People need the land as they can to graze what livestock we have. This is coastal land. There's not a lot in terms of grass or fields and pastures. Those goats and pigs that we do have, goats, pigs, and chickens that we have, they can only feed upon so much, and we only have 2 established larger farms that provide sustenance for the whole town and trade. Somebody is going to need to give up something in order to find a home for the Kurnish.
And the Jarzani.
The Jarzoni have made their home as it is. And that is a point of contention, I will admit, amongst us, is that we worry about how deep they go into the woods. You might have seen that they are very active in cutting down the trees there. We have been able to maintain a very kind and understanding relationship with the residents of the Pavan Weald. This could lead to something uncertain in the future. Though the Jarzoni are very good at growing and growing quickly. They have large families.
Would not giving up a little for the good of others who will in turn return the favor with their skills. Would that not benefit the town?
Of course. I mean, but we all know it's an inconvenient truth that the Kernish, left many of their skilled workers with them back in, left many of their skilled Kernish workers back in Kern. Those that are here of limited knowledge and such things. Of course, they are good laborers, and we have used them in our own in the farms and in other works, which again creates tension with the Jarzoni because we used to go to the Jarzoni for such things. But the Kernish do not require as much in terms of recompense, and they are happy to, and they tend to work much harder and much more, if you can believe it, much more efficiently. The Jarzoni have very particular practices and how to do things. Will not work on every project. So again, more tension created. I understand that there needs to be a compromise, and nobody wants more than me to see our Kernish neighbors feel welcome. Same with the Jarzoni. But it's a matter of who's going to give up a little bit of something.
Would you be willing to call a council for this to be discussed?
Sure. And I have one thing to ask you.
Sure.
Would the college be willing to give up its ruins? I know you're very precious about studying those things, but there's plenty of good stone, plenty of land there to settle the Kernish in, up on the top of the hill. I know that you are very particular about preserving the past, but that's land that could be used.
I will personally bring this before Kari.
Something to think about.
If you hold a council, I will speak to Kari and his helper. And he kind of acknowledges the crow, who doesn't seem to like him, and do my best to make sure they are in attendance.
Of course, you are citizens of our town as well. We would love to have you.
That can be arranged as well.
Meanwhile, where are we at in terms of keeping our town safe? Do you have any idea of what the problem is?
Fen will give the most generic, statistical response without giving anything away about what we just had. He'll talk about patrol routes, how many people are patrolling at certain times, and their efforts to keep the town safe, but nothing about the investigation.
Let's do a competitive roll. You can do communication deception check.
Communication deception. Okay, I have persuasion and etiquette.
It's going to have to be deception. So it's just going to be a straight communication.
Okay.
And he is going to be searching.
Got it. Okay. I have not good. So I have a 9 because I have a +1 from the previous stunt. So I have a 1, a 6, 1, and a plus 1.
Right. He says.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I have a +2 for communication. Sorry. So it'll be a +3. So a 1, a 6, and a 1 would be a 10.
A 1, a 6, and a 1 would be an 8.
1, a 6, and a 1, and then a +3 from the +1 from before, and the +2 from that. That would be an 11. So I have 11. Barely passed.
He got a 12. Plus whatever plus whatever his searching is at, his perception is at. So he says, how come now? So you don't need to hold back.
Shit. Aaron, are the Bazista, are they Jarzani?
Yeah, they're a very well-to-do Jarzoni family.
Okay. He is going to he'll be honest. He'll give some persuasion. Well, Dre, to be honest, we have made some headway. However, due to the nature of this and the fact that we don't know where the threat has come from, I don't want to reveal too much information. The person who is responsible has clearly, at a minimum, the ability to use Arcana, if not rather advanced sorcery, which means we could have eyes and ears anywhere. So that is all I am comfortable saying, because I wouldn't want to ruin what lead we have.
All right.
But know that
they are very okay with that response. They say, well, openness and honesty is going to be very important for what we're doing here, but I understand that you have a difficult job.
I appreciate that. And if there's anything you see in the town, anyone, and please disseminate this as you will, as much as the students here are patrolling and doing their best, if you see anything, please report it to any of them.
They look at you and they say, you wanted my advice. Here's my advice. If you can get this settled, I'm sure there will be a lot of leeway from the people of the village and listening to the college about what's to be done. All right, they'll trust they trust action around here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna quickly move on from that scene. Do one more. I want to apologize to the viewers in that scene. I messed up Dre's pronouns a couple of times, but and I'll do better to be more consistent with that. Moving forward, how about I get a stealth check from a dexterity stealth check from Tessera.
Can do. Let's see. So that is 12 plus 7, 17, with 2 5s.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and you can use an exploration here.
Would like that. Yes. We'll go ahead and take we'll take the object of your attention so that I have a +1 bonus for further tests to notice things and that sort of thing. And let's go with an advantageous position. So when things happen, I can sort of decide where she is at relative to all of that going on. So
perfect. So you wait there for a little bit in the dark. The only thing that might give you away is your glowing rye cat eyes.
Yes.
In the bushes. But it feels like for a long time nothing's going to happen until you see a little bit of movement from that, and you're lucky that Astaroth caught that flap and it moves out of the way, and you see as he rolls out.
Okay.
And you see that he picks up something, and he has and now that you're a little bit more tuned into what you're looking out for because of your good you've given yourself an advantageous position and made it easier for the object of your attention to be in your view. You see that he is carrying a blade, a very simple blade. And he is now sneaking towards the direction of the grotto.
Okay. I send a quick I do a quick psychic contact to Fen, whom I can always contact and let him know that the boy is on the move. And then I will make a psychic contact test for Aster. Easily. So I will let them both know that he is on the move, and I am following him at a discreet distance.
I reply, when should you advise his mother?
I think we should wait and see what's going on first before
you
we
said he has
roust
a blade,
anyone out
though?
of their beds. He does.
That can't be good. He's up to something really bad.
Very likely, which is why we should probably be there to prevent anything bad from happening.
Should I move closer to the Bazista's house?
Obviously he's just set out, so we don't know whether he's going to their estate or to the grotto proper.
You don't know where. I mean, you can follow him and find out where he's going, but he's moving in that direction.
All right, I would say the tree that you're in is basically
Stay
halfway in between the grotto and the estate,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go and stay there, and then yeah.
I am in the inn.
You can be there or you can be. By the time that this is all happening, it's pretty late. Which people you're more than some people are sleeping there. You're more than welcome to just be around.
Yeah, no, he's around for comedic purposes. I am.
You might be drunk.
I have had an ale.
You have an ale, yes.
Yeah, you're drunk. No.
He says that to Sarah.
Then an entire ale all to yourself?
So you probably
I
could
did.
sneak out back and look over the edge at the grotto and just watch.
Yeah, so out back is horses. It's like a little pen for horses and animals and stuff. So, I mean, you could sneak out back there. It might be a little strange that you're going out there yourself, so you might need to do some sneaking to do it.
Sure, he's terrible at that.
Yeah, try it.
If anyone stops you, just say you thought that I left Equine here and you were going to give her a treat.
Sneaking is dexterity?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently I'm the best in the world. A 5, a 6, and a 5 with a
Nice.
+1 from dexterity, so a 17
Great.
with 5
Give me
stunt
a-
points.
Tell me an exploration stunt you'd like to use.
Jesus.
That's not one.
That's not one. I mean, with a 5, it could be.
Yeah.
Wow. I will take the object of your attention. You receive a +1 bonus to further tests to examine or perceive additional aspects of the object of your test,
Sure.
which would be this kid.
Yeah.
And I will take advantageous position, which uses up 4 points, and that's it.
Good choice.
Well, I guess I'll take advantageous position twice. You can use it more than once.
Not quite.
No, it says this stunt can be used multiple times on the same
really?
test.
Oh
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yep.
So it's like double good.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. So you make your way out there quietly. Most every animal is luckily like is either in a stable or in a pen or something. So you have that whole like little feel to yourself, and you use your great dexterity to actually like hug up against the where the sort of the fence meets because it's one past that fence, it is just a drop down into the grotto.
Mhm.
So, but luckily there's like a stone fence there, and you're actually able to get atop the stone fence and definitely sit upon there without any issue, in a way that you can, that you actually kind of like you find some like a foothold, sort of like right before it drops off, right beyond this like this stone wall. You go beyond it and are able to kind of crouch behind it, so you can have a really great vision of the entrance to the grotto, and nobody will be able to see you.
If anyone were to look at Fen, you would think he'd been spending the last 3 months with a cat.
Very true.
Yeah.
You all see at this point. Then you're either following or seeing from a tree. Astaroth, could you give me a stealth check from your tree?
Oh boy. Oh, that's not bad. 10, 12 on the die. And Dex is 2, so 14.
14. All right, so you're all found your ways to. You're all watching this kid. Ain't nobody missing what this kid's doing. You see as he begins to head towards the grotto entrance, and then you see that he moves up towards that part that I mentioned where the climbing happens. So you're
Right.
Fen, you're pretty far away, but you have a pretty clear vision of what's going on. Tessera, you're right on his ass, and you're just like, he doesn't know it, but you're just like in scratching distance of him if you want it to be. And you're kind of like behind the tree now. And Astaroth, you're on top of the tree looking down, and you see as this young man kind of begins to climb, and you think he's going to climb to the top, and then he takes out this blade. It's very humble blade. And you see something you didn't notice before, Astaroth, was that amongst the shrubbery and the grass and stuff here is that there was secretly like a rope. And you see that he kind of climbs towards the top, and he cuts that rope down, and he makes his way down. And when he gets to the bottom, you see Fen this easily as he gets towards that staircase leading to the grotto. He throws the rope into the water, and then you see as he doubles over and begins to just sob. But you can tell it's really hard to watch, especially if Fen, you have the best vision of this. It's really hard to watch because you can tell that the sob and the emotion that he wants to let out is one of great pain, but he is doing an expert job of just being very, very quiet. He's holding it in. It is like, it's like he was sneaking away from something, and he stepped on a nail, and he's having to hold that in. He is being so quiet and just like almost just doubled over.
Can I use second sight to perceive him?
Yes,
See
sir.
if there's anything arcana-wise going on.
Yeah.
10, 11.
11.
Is that too far for me to do the same?
No.
Okay. I will also join in.
I'll say that you can kind of creep along the edge here.
Second sight. Test of 13.
I'll just wait in my tree. I don't have anything I can do.
I do all the magic as well. Total of a 17 for the check, so I passed that score.
So these were like fatigue checks, or these just allow you to succeed or fail?
The fatigue checks.
Right.
Those are, so second sight uses just a perception check to succeed, and it's only reading arcane signature, which inflicts fatigue.
Right.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So I forget, do I have you roll again or no? There's the fatigue check, right? And then there's...
Which is separate, but we're not reading arcane signatures. We're sensing arcana. Reading arcane signature is like, if there's arcana there, you can read the fingerprints of the adept who did it.
Okay. Okay.
Versus what we're just doing is looking to see if there's any arcana use here.
I will say that there is no arcana use here, and you do not recognize anything from him.
Got it.
The last thing you see is as he gets up, he has something in his hand. There is a visible tug, and he throws something.
As he tugs whatever it is, I'm assuming it's another one of these icons or whatever. I would like to pounce. I would like to.
Yeah, you pounce.
I would
upon
like to
him
try
or the
and
object?
snatch it. I'm actually going to try and snatch it out of his hand. Yeah.
Okay. You do this. It's fine. You so have the drop on him. It's okay. You all of a sudden he is like, he's trying to be so quiet, then all of a sudden it's as all of a sudden this Siamese puma jumps out, snatches from his hand, and you see him get knocked down.
Yeah.
And in your hand is now on this one on a cord, on a simple cord, the other half of that necklace.
Gotcha.
So
Well,
it's
I
the
will
same
quickly
relic
spit it
or
out.
symbol as before?
It's the same.
Oh.
So I will quickly spit it out because I don't want it like turning into a dark fiend in my mouth or whatever.
There is no, and with your, there's no magic happening right now.
Okay, gotcha. And then I'll spin to face him, and I'll make sure to loop my friends in so they can hear the conversation too, or contribute to it psychically. And I will say, "What are you doing?"
And he is going to look at you and just say, and now like the thing, and now with no need or pretense to be quiet, just kind of lets out this loud wail and just says, why couldn't you just leave it alone? And I think we're going to end there.
Nice.
Love it.
And
I do wanna
Literally
say,
at a cliffhanger.
I do want to say when I was told that, or I heard what was happening, I would have moved to the top of the stairs so I could at least see.
oh yeah, I imagine that maybe you all just
And
kind
that's
of
it.
like descend upon this lad.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would probably stay up high, keep the high ground.
Right.
You know, because
Fair
I
enough.
like that. Oh, it was so great.
Yeah. So yeah, he just red, tearful eyes looks at all of you and asks, "Why couldn't you just leave it alone?" And we have a lot to think about until next month, October 1st.
Yes, October 1st is on the calendar. We will play session 3. We will wrap up season 1 of Blue Rose. We discussed earlier.
Confirmed season 1.
Yep, we confirmed we will do a season 2, possibly a season 3.
There are plans. I'm glad I had such a great time. You all did an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was awesome.
Oh, glad that you had a good time. Thank you for rolling with the unexpected flashbacks.
They're great.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
had a
it
lot
was
of fun
fun.
doing those. Yeah, because we're kind of meeting characters at the who have definitely developed to a certain point to this moment, and I think it's important to kind of see those things. And
Where they came from.
yeah, and we got a lot to cover, and nice to see like all these different aspects, and maybe setting up things for future stuff because we had a pretty big grocery list of things that we wanted to see in this game, and to be honest, just let the audience know. I mean, this is kind of like we were talking about. Maybe another season is like another group of games is that. It's kind of hard to get to all of them, and we've kind of found the things that we're interested in as a group.
Yes.
So hopefully, for the things we can get to some of the other stuff that we would like to see with this campaign. But I've had such a great time. Thank you for everybody for staying a little bit later, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this is exactly what I need. It's been a hard couple of weeks, hard month. This is exactly what I needed to cap it off, and feel a lot better going into September.
I'm glad we could help you with that. I know what's going on. You've said some stuff online, but I'm not going to disclose that.
That's fine.
I do want to say too, real quick, all links are in the description below. I just noticed I spelled description wrong on the overlay, didn't I? No, I didn't. It just looks, no, it is spelled wrong. Damn it. Just noticed it. It only took like 3 times of using the overlay, I think. So I'm going to get that fixed by next time. But descriptions are in the link below. And also, we will be doing a giveaway. I will be sharing a post sometime tomorrow. All I need you guys to do, if you've watched this, go find the post on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Comment in the comments your favorite moment from tonight's game. You will be entered for a chance to win either a player's kit or a narrator's kit. Now, last time, I think we only had like 11 or 12 entries. So you had really good odds to win. So you never know. You might have some excellent odds to win, and it's worth it. You get the dice we were talking about earlier in the chat. You also will get like 5 or 6 other items. So definitely go and check that stuff out. And so there you go. I think that's it. I think we can wrap there unless there's anything else anybody else wants to say.
Oh, thanks a lot, everyone.
All right, guys. Bye. Have a great night, and we'll see you guys next time.